the things we can to keep progress in our land. We call it the land of our birth.
Paradise here on earth.
It's the opinion of the expert.
Paradise here on earth.
Oh, it's called Nevis nice.
Nevis nice.
Nevis nice.
Nevis nice.
Nevis nice,
Nevis
nice.
nice.
Nevis
Nevis
nice.
nice.
Natural beauty, the air so clean.
We're the queen of the Caribbean.
Oh, that piece of fraud, man, I want to
We're the
scream.
queen of the Caribbean.
Forward. Take it. Let me go. Wherever you go throughout the whole Caribbean, my little island name is mentioned as a land of peace and stability and a good tourist destination. So when them other islands revel in confusion, we don't bear no grudge, we don't bear envy. Even when we have election, we abstain from confusion. Peace does prevail in Queen City. And when them tourists come for vacation, man, they always compliment we as a people so free and so friendly, so friendly in a land of natural beauty. God bless our country, bless our native land. Grant us that courage to change the things we can to keep progress in our land. We call it the land of our birth.
Paradise here on earth.
It's the opinion of the expert.
Paradise here on earth.
But Nevis nice,
Nevis nice.
Nevis
Nevis
nice,
nice.
Nevis
Nevis
nice,
nice.
Nevis
Nevis
nice.
nice.
Natural beauty, the air so
We're
clean.
the queen of the Caribbean.
The vision, let me hear you
We're the
scream.
queen of the Caribbean.
Forward. Take it. Ah, I love me country. I feel so free. Yeah. Yeah, man. In a complex world of constant changes, we kept the good things we always had, like loving the people that represent us, here in our home and even abroad. Many nations sit idly by, watch the heroes suffer and die, but we give our heroes respect and recognition. The small wonder we're at the top, and we proudly carry the torch as the guiding light for those conquered by division. I say to my sister island saying, kids, now that you have accomplished that change, take example and follow me. Be like me, and we can share the same destiny. God bless our country, bless our native land. Grant us that courage to change the things we can to keep progress in our land. We call it the land of our birth.
Paradise here on earth.
I know to some the truth it can hurt.
Paradise here on
my country, land of my birth, Nevis. Miles of sheer beauty, 8,000 people and friendly. They call it the Queen of the Caribbean. A country about to call me home, a land that I love right to me bone. Just in case you miss, I'm talking about Nevis. We don't have no jet strip, I know, and we hospital have a long way to go. We don't have much industry here, yet there is still a lot for which we could share. We don't have war like the Middle East. In Little Nevis we live in peace, and we crime rate, brother, is way below zero. That is why I love me country so. I'll always hold you close to my heart,
Little Nevis.
I always think of you from the start.
Little Nevis.
You gave me 34 years of fun.
Little Nevis.
You fed and clothed me since I was born. I will never leave, for my heart would grieve. Cause I love me country, brother, I love this country. And I intend to fight for everything that it's worth, for this land of my birth. Peace, love and harmony, Little Queen City. With a mountain smack in the center, a perfect view from all over. Oh, land of beauty is what they call my country. Rich in talent and folklore, education and much more. We shine like the morning star in the Caribbean, brother. We don't have no highways, I know, and we one main road needs repairing also. We don't have plenty millionaire, still love and harmony fill the atmosphere. We don't have tribes like South Africa, or starvation like Somalia, and we don't have coup d'etat like Grenada and Trinbago. That is why I love me country so. I'll always hold you close to my heart,
Little Nevis.
I always think of you from the start.
Little Nevis.
You gave me 34 years of fun.
Little Nevis.
You fed and clothed me since I was born. I will never leave, for my heart would grieve. Cause I love me country, brother, I love this country. And I intend to fight for everything that it's worth, for this land of my birth. If you feel like I do, sing along with me. have little resources. The way we live is impressive. All around the country, people live in luxury. Though we argue all around town, we have no shooting, no burning down. You could walk late at night or in the broad daylight. We don't have to live in fear of no kind of guerrilla warfare. No communism, no terrorists. No pure democracy with little nevis. We're the only place in the Caribbean where true freedom is ever seen. In the outside world, they're scared of tomorrow. That is why I love me country so. I'll always hold you close to my heart.
Little Nevis,
I'll always think of you from the start.
Little Nevis,
You gave me 34 years of fun.
Little Nevis,
You fed and clothed me since I was born. I will never leave, for my heart would grieve. Cause I love me country, brother, I love this country. And I intend to fight for everything that it's worth. For this land of my birth.
Should all acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should all acquaintance be forgot on days of old lang syne? Happy New Year! Should all acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should all acquaintance be forgot and days of old lang syne? In days of old
cried each night since you've been gone. I missed what once was mine, and most of all, I miss you, dear, at Christmas time. Now lovers meet and walk the street, happy and gay. It's fun and joy, girls and boys along the way. But I'll be blue thinking of you, with memories that won't resign. Please depart for home, sweetheart. It's Christmas time. Won't you come back, my love? Spend Christmas with me. You will be a special key. Please come back and see. I need you.
I need you.
I need you.
I need you.
This time, Christmas time. How I missed you and long to hold you, because you're mine. How I missed you and long to hold you, because you're mine. Baby, baby, I missed you and long to hold you, because you're mine. Baby, baby, I missed you
I miss you.
and long to hold you, 'cause you are mine.
Jamming, you know what time it is?
calling for bacchanal. Man, woman, and child masquerading, brass band and steel band, jamming, string band and bench beating everywhere. Man running to catch up the steel band, G.I.'s coming down with Daniel Band, Mastill and rioting Mastill. Going down 4th Street like we crazy. The music so sweet we gone mad. And anybody who try to stop, we gon' be bacchanal. We going on bad. Bounce them, oh Lord. Jam them, oh Lord. Beat them, oh Lord, oh Lord. Smash them, oh Lord. Mash them, oh Lord. Trash them, oh Lord, oh Lord. Coming down from Charlestown, long line of Woosie
a jump it coming across the street. 10 feet tall, knocking me with the feet. Nigga pigeons playing across the road. Daddy with a notice, monkey comes in the hand, bear on the belly, barrow in front to carry heavy load. And we going down 4th Street like we crazy. The music so sweet, we gone mad. And anybody who try to stop it, we gon' be bacchanal, we going on bad. Amongst them, oh Lord, jump them, oh Lord, beat them.
Good morning, everyone. I would now invite Reverend Carlwyn Greenaway of the Methodist Church Christian Council to lead us in prayer.
First Timothy chapter 2, verses 1 through to verse 6a. 1 Timothy 2, 1 to 6a, and I read from the New Revised Standard Version of the Bible. First of all, I urge that supplication, prayers, intercession, and thanksgiving should be made for everyone, for kings and all who are in high positions, so that we may lead a quiet and peaceful life in all godliness and dignity. This is right and is acceptable in the sight of God, our Savior, who desires everyone to be saved and to come to the knowledge of the truth. For there is one God. There is also one mediator between God and humankind, Christ Jesus, himself human, who gave himself a ransom for all, and this was attested at the right time. Let us pray. O God, Father of us all, Creator of the universe, it is you who have called us to yourself and into your service. We thank you for this new day and all the opportunities that we will have in it to serve. We thank you for the past night of rest, so that our minds, our bodies, our very spirits may be renewed, be refreshed for today's services. Lord, we are grateful that we are able to gather together at this time. It is a meeting of the assembly of this federation. For all those who are gathered together to carry out the business, we pray for your divine guidance. We ask, Lord God, that you may give to them clarity of thought, so that as they consider the matters before them, deliberate on them, that you might guide them. According to your word, they ought to be prayed for they have an awesome task to carry out. But it is good that they themselves are mindful and are desirous to be prayed with. And so, God our Father, in humble trust, we bow, thanking you for your guidance thus far, and trusting you for all that lies ahead, and in particular, in this assembly. We pray especially for the Deputy Speaker who will guide today's proceedings, and all those who will make their contributions to that which is before them. May your people together here today know that you watch over them, and what they do in your name for the good of your people. So I place this gathering, I place today's meeting into your hands, and together we all trust you for a good outcome. Then may your name be glorified. Hear us, because we pray in and through the name of Jesus Christ, who taught us to pray, saying, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. And now may the grace of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with you today and always. Amen. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Greenaway. You may be seated.
Confirmation of minutes.
Minutes are deferred.
Messages from the Governor General.
There are no messages from the Governor General.
Announcements by the Deputy Speaker.
There are few announcements. Good morning again, everyone. We have received formal apologies from the Honorable Member of St. Christopher VI, who is out of jurisdiction on government duties. We have received apologies from the Honorable Member of St. Christopher V, who's also out of the jurisdiction, and the Honorable Member for Nevis 11, he is out of the jurisdiction. We also express apologies for the absence of the Speaker. Thank you. Those are the announcements. Also, I have received fiat from Her Excellency Dame Marcella Liban. Honorable members, I wish to advise you that the National Assembly is in receipt of a fiat from Her Excellency Dame Marcella Liban, the Governor General of St. Christopher and Nevis, for the following bills: the Aspire Bill 2024, the Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2024. A fiat is required by Section 43 of the Constitution of our Federation whenever a bill is to be introduced into the National Assembly that, in the opinion of the presiding officer, would impose charges against the Consolidated Fund. The fiat recommends that these bills be presented to the National Assembly and was first issued by Her Excellency, the Governor General, and has been signified by the Minister of Finance, the Honorable Dr. Terence True. Thank you. You may proceed.
Presentation of papers and reports from committees. Petitions. Government notices. Unofficial notices. Questions. Requests for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on matters of urgent public importance. Statements by ministers.
I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
May it please you, Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise in my capacity as Minister of Justice and Legal Affairs for the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis to update our people on something special that we have been working on at the ministry for the past few months. Today, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a special day for St. Kitts and Nevis. We are making history by becoming the first country in the Western Hemisphere to bring artificial intelligence into government in a way that truly serves the people. Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to introduce our people to Voice It, our very own AI genius. What is Voice It? It's like having a legal expert right in your pocket. Voice It is an AI genius trained on the laws of St. Kitts and Nevis and the policies of the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs. Whether you want to learn about one of our laws, understand ministry policies, or get clear answers to your legal questions, Voice It is here to help. We prepared a short video, Madam Deputy Speaker, with your leave, to introduce to this Honorable Assembly and to the general public to Voice It.
Welcome to Voice It, your go-to for quick questions on laws and your rights. Type or speak your question. Voice It responds instantly. Ask about tenant rights, police procedures, or even how child support is calculated, all through our website or WhatsApp. With answers sourced from verified laws and policies, Voice It has you covered.
¿Cuáles son mis derechos como empleado?
Como empleado en San Cristóbal y Nieves tienes...
Voice It speaks your language, no matter where you're from.
In St. Christopher and Nevis, parents have a legal obligation to ensure that their children receive an education.
Need help validating a document? Just upload a photo. Visit our website or WhatsApp to try Voice It today.
Madam Deputy Speaker, how can you use Voice It? You can chat with it directly on our lawcommission.gov.kn website. You can message it through WhatsApp, which most of us already use every day. You can ask questions using text or voice. It responds however you like. You can even upload documents or pictures, and it will help you to understand them. Persons with visual disabilities can even talk to Voice It, and it talks back. And our non-English speaking residents can also interact with Voice It in their own language. Madam Deputy Speaker, with your leave, I would like to give a real-world example, which I did this morning before we started the assembly, just to show what voices can do.
Do the police have the right to search a person without a warrant?
This is Voice It's answer.
Yes. Under certain circumstances, police officers in St. Kitts and Nevis have the right to search a person without a warrant. For instance, according to the Domestic Violence Act, a police officer may act if they have reasonable cause to believe that a person is engaging in conduct that amounts to physical violence, and immediate action is necessary to prevent serious physical injury or death. If a police officer exercises this power, they must submit a written report detailing the reasons for the entry and the circumstances surrounding the situation. For a greater understanding of the Domestic Violence Act, please see this IG video, VX8D.
Madam Deputy Speaker, you can talk to it, and it will answer. You can type to it, and it will type back. But it won't just give you information from the internet. It is actually trained on the laws of St. Kitts and Nevis and the policies of the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs, as well as all of our social media posts. So it is limited to that information. That is where it gets its accuracy. So it doesn't just give simple answers, it connects you to the real laws and policies with links you can download for free. It keeps learning too. Whenever there's a new law or policy, Voice It updates itself to give you the latest information. This amazing tool, which was created by the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs in partnership with Cherami Limited, the company behind our Law Commission website. And why does it matter, Madam Deputy Speaker? It makes understanding the laws of St. Kitts and Nevis easy, quick, and accessible to everyone. Whether you're a student, a business owner, or just someone curious about your rights, Voice It is here for you. We are proud to lead the way with this innovation. It shows that St. Kitts and Nevis is not just keeping up with the world, we're setting the standard. Please note, however, that Voice It provides information for general information purposes only. It does not constitute legal advice. You still need a lawyer to answer your detailed legal questions. I therefore invite everyone to try Voice It today. Visit lawcommission, lawcommission.gov.kn or send a message on WhatsApp and see how it can make your life easier. For updates and tips, follow the ministry at knjustice.legal, and if you have any questions or issues, please email attorneygeneral@gov.kn. Together, Madam Deputy Speaker, let us take this exciting step forward and use Voice It to stay informed and empowered about the laws of St. Kitts and Nevis and the policies of the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs. May it please you.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. I recognize Honorable Senator Joel Clark.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I am pleased to rise today to provide a very brief statement by ministers, which is an update on behalf of the Government of St. Kitts and the Ministry of Sustainable Development in particular. For over 2 years, the ministry has been leading the Sustainable Island State agenda for the government, and we are pleased to announce that next year, May 2025, the government of St. Kitts and Nevis, in partnership with Island Innovation, will be hosting the 3rd edition of the Global Sustainable Island Summit. And we believe that this is an excellent opportunity for St. Kitts and Nevis to showcase our Sustainable Island State agenda, our progress on SDGs with expected island nations and leaders globally. The event will bring together a projected audience of world leaders, dignitaries, visionaries, policymakers, local entrepreneurs, and stakeholders, youth representatives, the private sector, industry professionals who are passionate and collaboratively creating a more sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Clark.
Personal explanations. Motions relating to the business of the National Assembly and moved by a minister. Public business bills, second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher IV.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to have read for the second time and lead the debate of the Public Parks Regulation Amendment Bill 2024, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill is an important step, Madam Deputy Speaker, towards improving how we manage our public parks, ensuring, Madam Deputy Speaker, that our public parks meet the need of the general public. Madam Deputy Speaker, my plan today is to briefly explain the purpose of the original act, also to explain why we need this short but important amendment, and then, Madam Deputy Speaker, to explain how it will benefit our country overall. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the original act, which was passed some years ago. It was first passed in 1944, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Public Parks Regulation Act, 1944. And the last time that act was amended, Madam Deputy Speaker, was 26 years ago, in 1998. Madam Deputy Speaker, back when this act was created, it was a landmark piece of legislation for that time. Madam Deputy Speaker, in that time, this act was designed to protect our public parks, essentially so that they could be enjoyed by everyone. It was designed, Madam Deputy Speaker, to regulate how parks are used, ensuring that these parks would remain orderly spaces for the use of the general public. And Madam Deputy Speaker, this act was designed to assign responsibility for managing parks. And this responsibility was assigned then to the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, and Sports. Madam Speaker, this ministry could then declare these spaces and parks and declare public spaces as parks, Madam Deputy Speaker, and set the rules for their care and their use. Back then, those ministries were together. Madam Deputy Speaker, this law, as it was then, and even as it is now, has served us well for decades, creating wonderful recreational areas, such as Warner Park, such as in my own very constituency, Virchil's Playing Field, the Halfway Tree Recreation Grounds, and so many others, Madam Speaker. In fact, when we had a recent visit from FIFA, they declared that St. Kitts and Nevis has more football parks than the entire Leeward Islands combined. Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to say, however, that as our nation has grown and our needs have changed, we now face challenges that the original act just cannot address. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, one may ask, why do we need this amendment? And the answer to that, Madam Speaker, is just that the current law limits the ability for other ministries, such as the Ministry of Social Development or the Ministry of Environment, to establish and manage parks that serve broader community purposes. And we have seen that with the establishment of the New Road Recreational Park for children. It is not necessarily a park for sports. It is not necessarily a park for tourism, nor essentially directly culture, but it's a park for social development and the well-being of our young children. And we believe that that remit should fall in the appropriate ministry. But the Act does not lend itself to that, Madam Deputy Speaker. And so we wish to amend the Act to include some of these other ministries, like Environment, where we have our national park that was declared in protection of our aquifer, where the Ministry of Environment is seen as the most suitable ministry to manage a park such as that. But the Act just does not give the leeway for those ministries to be able to declare and manage these parks. And so we want to amend our Act to include this, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to talk about next what this amendment is intended to do. Madam Speaker, this amendment and this bill makes several important changes. Firstly, the responsibility for declaring public parks will shift to the Prime Minister, who will have the authority to act independently and offer consulting with other ministries or even the Premier of Nevis to have the declarations and management of these parks. This change ensures flexibility and allows any ministry with the requisite scale and responsibility to propose the creation of a park and care for it under proper management, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill and this amendment also is intended that once a park is declared, the ministry that proposed it will take responsibility for managing and maintaining it. And this ensures that each park is properly cared for and is properly funded, because we also recognize that in maintaining these parks effectively, funding is a critical component. Madam Deputy Speaker, one third thing that this bill is intended to do is to ensure that certain definitions are being updated to align with modern governance practices. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we want to ensure that as we grow as a country, as our needs change and we become more diverse, as we embrace technology, that our laws are moving along with us. 1944, Madam Deputy Speaker, amended in 1998. So much has changed since that time. The internet has developed substantially. Back then, it was very difficult to see yourself on any type of media platform, if you were even lucky to have a television set. Now we walk around with video cameras in our pockets daily. But are our laws moving with us? And this is part of what we intend to do here in this Parliament, and this government is keen on updating our old legislation to be up to the time, as they say. So, Madam Speaker, we understand the importance of this amendment to our people, our laws, and our public parks. But let me go a little bit into that. Just a little bit more, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill is also about creating more opportunities for our people. And I want to explain that just a little bit. Madam Deputy Speaker, when we expand the responsibility of creating more parks to additional ministries, ultimately it creates more parks. And that means more parks for our people. And with this amendment, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Social Development can now comfortably create more children parks around the country for our young persons to play and socialize and develop. Because we recognize that it is important for our youth to have the space to socialize and interact with each other, interact with nature, and be children. That is well for them and their development. And now the Ministry of Social Development, led by our esteemed Senator and Minister Iselene Phillip, can now go and create more parks for our children. And Minister Phillip, I am putting it here now. I am looking forward for more children parks around the country, and especially so more in constituency number 4. That's easily. We have a few spaces already prepared for that. Madam Speaker, it does not just mean more, it also means, again, for better maintenance and safety. Because once we assign clear responsibility for each park, Madam Deputy Speaker, we ensure that they are not just safe, but we ensure that they are clean and we ensure that they are well maintained for everybody to enjoy. Because once we align the right ministry with the right park, then that expertise is set to develop that park in the right way. And Madam Speaker, with all of this, the ultimate aim is to create stronger communities. Just like we all gather on a football field and we interact and we develop physically and we develop mentally by sharing with others, so too the children, so too persons who want to do yoga or who just want to walk in nature, where the Ministry of Environment could come in and play a role in creating parks for persons who just want green spaces for mental relaxation. We need to ensure that we build stronger communities by developing the right parks for the right people, managed by the right ministries. Madam Speaker, this development is so well aligned with our Sustainable Island State agenda, and of course, aligning well with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. You see, Madam Speaker, it is essential to recognize how this amendment aligns with our national goal of becoming the first and most sustainable island state and contributes to achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals as we move forward in that regard. And allow me just for a bit, Madam Speaker, to explain how this legislation integrates into our broader vision, that vision for sustainability and global commitments. You see, Madam Speaker, St. Kitts and Nevis has made sustainability a cornerstone of the development strategy. Everywhere the Minister for Environment goes, you hear talk about SISA, Sustainable Island State Agenda, SISA. Everywhere is SISA, because that is a cornerstone to our development, Madam Deputy Speaker, to create the most sustainable island state of this nation, St. Kitts and Nevis. And so, within that, Madam Speaker, these public parks are integral to that development vision. How, Madam Speaker? To promote green spaces. These parks provide essential green areas that contribute to climate resilience, reduce urban heat, and improve air quality, Madam Deputy Speaker. Again, we talk about fostering community well-being. By creating accessible, well-managed parks, we offer spaces for recreation, mental health, and social connections, enriching our citizens' quality of life. Madam Deputy Speaker, support economic sustainability. As parks enhance tourism potential and stimulate local economies by hosting events and other activities, and by hosting cultural celebrations. Madam Deputy Speaker, the amendments proposed in this bill would directly support these goals by streamlining governance and enabling more ministries to contribute to the creation and the maintenance of public parks that align with sustainable development principles. Let us look at the direct SDGs, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the alignment. If we want to talk about SDG number 3, good health and well-being. Public parks provide spaces for exercise, relaxation, social interaction, all of which contribute to physical and mental health. By ensuring these parks are accessible and well-maintained, the bill enhances citizens' well-being. Let us look at SDG 11, Madam Deputy Speaker, sustainable cities and communities. This amendment facilitates the creation of more inclusive, safe, and accessible public spaces, crucial for the sustainable urban development. It empowers various ministries to establish parks, creating that these spaces that will cater, Madam Deputy Speaker, to diverse community needs, from cultural gathering to environmental education. Let us also look, Madam Deputy Speaker, at SDG 13, climate action. Green spaces in public parks act as carbon sinks, mitigating urban emissions and reducing the impact of climate change, Madam Deputy Speaker, a challenge that is very real to us today. The bill encourages environmentally focused ministries, such as the Ministry of Environment, to participate in developing parks that promote biodiversity and parks that promote environmental resilience. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill and the development of parks also align with SDG number 15, life on land, as parks help to protect and restore natural habitats, contributing to biodiversity conservation and ecosystem health. The amendment, Madam Deputy Speaker, supports the designation of parks that can preserve flora and fauna, aligning with the goal to sustainably manage land resources. And so SDG 15 will be covered under this development, as well as SDG 17. You see how many SDGs we are aligning with this amendment and the development of these parks. The partnerships for the goals. By focusing, Madam Deputy Speaker, on interministerial collaboration, the bill reflects SDG 17's call for partnerships to achieve sustainable development. It enables different ministries to pool resources, expertise, and ideas to create parks that serve multifaceted community needs. Oh, and I am sorry for the interpreter if I'm moving a bit fast for you. I will attempt to take it a little bit slow. Madam Deputy Speaker, we've seen how we align with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Let us talk a little bit more about the specific contributions to sustainability. And we've been talking about it, but let's just bring it all together here, Madam Deputy Speaker. You see, Madam Deputy Speaker, parks built and maintained under this framework can incorporate features such as rain gardens, features that develop our native vegetation, and features that create shaded areas, contributing to resilience against climate impacts. Parks declared through this mechanism can be tailored to community-driven objectives, such as promoting youth engagement, cultural activities, and sustainable livelihoods. Madam Deputy Speaker, by clearly assigning responsibilities again for park management to specific ministries, the bill ensures efficient use of public funds and long-term maintenance strategies, avoiding resource wastage. We're talking about proper management of the public purse by aligning the right ministry with the right responsibility, with the right parks for social and economic development. So, Madam Speaker, as we take our steps towards a sustainable future, this bill is a statement of our commitment to creating a future where every citizen benefits from shared public spaces, where every citizen benefits from areas that support health, culture, and the environment. And Madam Deputy Speaker, by linking the development and the management of parks with sustainable practices, this amendment contributes significantly to our national vision and the global goals under the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And as we look to the future, let us pass this amendment as a bold step towards creating a greener, towards creating a healthier, towards creating a more sustainable St. Kitts and Nevis. And as I wrap up, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to urge the members of this Parliament to support this bill, the Public Parks Regulation Amendment Bill 2024, as it is a step towards a more inclusive and a more connected nation. It ensures that every public park, from the smallest community garden to the largest recreation ground, is a space that serves its purpose and that benefits its people, and that is the space that is properly cared for. So let us move forward together to create a brighter, to create a greener, and to create a more sustainable future for St. Christopher and Nevis. And I commend this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the House for its consideration and safe passage. May it please you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 4. Seconder. I recognize the Honourable Senator Iselin Philip.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise on this occasion to second the motion to have read for the second time in this Honourable House the Public Parks Regulations Amendment Bill 2024 and to offer brief statements in support of the mover of the bill, member from constituency 4. Madam Speaker, you know, the member from number 4 covered all of the things that I was going to say. So I simply rise, you know, to kind of give a little bit of context as well as to how this amendment has arrived at this house at this time. One of the motivations for bringing this amendment to Parliament is, in fact, you know, the intention of the Ministry of Social, Community Development and Gender Affairs to identify and establish more family packs similar to the one that is well known and established at New Road. And so we've already ventured and started the process of exploring what we need to do in terms of all the different community constituencies and communities where we would have reached out to Ministry of Sustainable Development and Physical Planning to see where our designated green spaces so that we can start to get a sense of what would be necessary for us to actually, in fact, establish some small family recreational parks or packets in various communities around St. Kitts. And so in that vein, we would have recognized that it was brought to our attention by, of course, our officers in the different departments and ministries that there is a need for a legislative amendment to the Public Parks Regulations Bill in order for us to make sure that we can not only designate or differentiate the nature of parks, from there being sports parks to family recreation parks or tourism parks or green space parks for conservation parks, but also for us to be able to share the responsibilities of the management and maintenance of these green spaces by various ministries and departments as they are associated. So what this very simple but significant, I believe, amendment is really doing is it is essentially expanding the powers or designating the authority to designate parks or the management of parks to different ministries to, in the first instance, the Prime Minister, and then in keeping with whatever the park is related to be able to have the authority of the Prime Minister then allow for consultation with any other minister or ministry to be able to be the one to manage and maintain that. So that amendment just essentially would allow for the sustainability of the development of parks so that we don't get this confusion as to if we set up a children's park, well, who's supposed to manage that? Sports. If we set up a tourism park with monuments, who's supposed to manage that? Sports too. So it's just to be able to make sure that we can have based on the nature and use of the park, that the responsibility for the management and maintenance of these spaces, that it is appropriately assigned. And of course, a note, I think it's important, in the amendment, it also includes, of course, for us to be able to consult with the Premier of Nevis in respect to public parks that may be also similarly established on the island of Nevis, so that there is also that level of ability and authority for similar establishments. I want to echo and certainly support the position of the mover of the bill with regards to why the public parks amendment today is significant and how it actually allows us to support the intentions that we have in relation to the Sustainable Island State Agenda, particularly with all of the SDGs that I also similarly noted, for us to be able to have greener spaces, provide parks and spaces, especially for families. It is within the remit of the Ministry of Social, Community Development, Gender Affairs for us to be able to identify and to build community cohesion, to strengthen families. And one of those ways is, of course, we want to be able to provide more spaces, more public spaces in nature, outside, for our children to go and have recreation, for families, for our seniors to go take a seat and to watch our little ones. We really want to be able to create those opportunities in more communities around St. Kitts so that we can certainly help to become a much more stronger, healthier, more resilient, and more citizen secure federation, especially as we seek to, encourage and nurture more, stronger family bonding, greater community cohesion. And so with that, I think it is important for us to be able to all support the passage of this amendment, especially since it is just one step in the right direction. As I said, the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs is particularly committed for us to be able to establish more family parks and packets around St. Kitts, particularly especially with the support of non-governmental agencies and donors who are on board to help support us with the establishment of certain parks. And so with that, Madam Speaker, I wish this amendment bill safe passage. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Phillip. Any other presentations? If not, I'll now invite the mover to do his wrap. I will now invite the mover of the bill to do his wrap-up.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think all that had to be said was said. And as such, with your leave, I wish to ask safe passage for. Unanimous support for this bill.
The question is that the bill entitled Public Parks Regulations Amendment Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Public Parks Regulation Act, Cap 23.24, otherwise known as the Public Parks Regulation Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill entitled Public Parks Regulations Amendment Bill 2024 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage.
Clauses 1 through 7.
The question is that clauses 1 through 7 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against, the ayes have it. House resumes.
Madam Speaker,
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 4.
With your leave, Madam Speaker, I rise, recognizing that the bill has successfully passed through committee stage without amendments, and to ask that it be read a third time and pass into law.
The question, seconder. I recognize the Honourable Senator Iselin Phillip.
I beg to second that motion.
Thank you. The question is that the bill entitled Public Parks Regulation Amendment Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Public Parks Regulation Act, Cap 23.24, otherwise known as the Public Parks Regulation Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill entitled Public Parks Regulation Amendment Bill 2024 has been read a third time and passed into law. Next bill, please. I recognize the Honourable Senator Joy L. Clark.
Madam Deputy Speaker, with your leave, I rise to lead the debate on the community and have read for a second time to this Honourable House the bill shortly entitled the Community Beautification and Safety Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, to be transparent, it seems I'll be about an hour on this bill, based on the notes that I have. But the environment is worth it, no?
That's true.
Okay.
Proceed, Honourable.
About an hour. Yeah. Madam Speaker, it really is my honor to address the Honourable House today on an issue that is at the very heart our collective efforts to build a stronger, safer, and more sustainable St. Kitts and Nevis with the Community Beautification and Safety Bill 2024. It's a forward-thinking legislation and represents a bold and comprehensive step toward improving our nation's environmental health, safety, and natural aesthetics. And at the same time, it supports the preservation of our environmental heritage, steering our nation to becoming a sustainable island state. The Community Beautification and Safety Bill, so from now on I'll refer to it as CBS, to save time, seeks to establish a Community Beautification and Safety Authority under the Ministry of Sustainable Development, which will serve as a centralized unit, or let's say a one-stop shop, which will be empowered to address some of the ongoing challenges of overgrown lots, unsightly structures, public health nuisances, derelict vehicles, and related risk. The bill consolidates and strengthens existing legislation, which until now has been a bit limited in scope to address these ongoing challenges. It moves into a coherent framework and will reflect our broader vision of transforming St. Kitts and Nevis to a sustainable island state. Madam Speaker, for 2 years, as I mentioned, we have been speaking about a sustainable island state, our vision, aligning this with our SDGs and using our National Development Planning Framework to guide where St. Kitts and Nevis goes up to 2040. I must remind the nation that to become a sustainable island state requires not only speaking about it, not only visioning or wishing it to happen, but action, in particular legislative action. And that's why this bill today is so critical, because our actions to promote a safer environment, a cleaner environment, and a healthier environment must be scaffolded with our actions here in Parliament, which ensures that our legislation gives us the right to enact what we desire. It, therefore, the CBS reflects our broader vision of transforming St. Kitts and Nevis into a sustainable island state. A sustainable future, it's not merely about reducing carbon emissions. It's not just about climate resilience, digital transformation. It's also about fostering environments where people can thrive, feel safe, feel healthy, be creative, and be proud in a place they call home, otherwise known as St. Kitts and Nevis. By promoting community responsibility and environmental stewardship, we empower our citizens to play an active role in shaping our future. We're centralizing the authority under the Ministry of Sustainable Development, which too is playing a very critical and leading role in ensuring that St. Kitts and Nevis achieves the SDGs by 2030 and leading on our CISA, Sustainable Island State Agenda. The bill's objectives are sixfold. We're promoting public health, enhancing public safety, promoting environmental responsibility, boosting aesthetic appeal, 5, encouraging property stewardship, and 6, reducing crime opportunities. Promoting public health, combating the spread of diseases caused by vermin, stagnant water, and unkept surroundings in overgrown lots. Public safety, reducing spaces that harbor criminal activities or pose physical risk. Promoting environmental responsibility speaks to fostering a culture of sustainable land and property management. Of course, aesthetic appeal is beautifying our landscape, promoting national pride and enhancing our image as a premier tourist destination. Property stewardship, holding landowners and occupiers accountable for property maintenance. And of course, reducing crime opportunities speaks to mitigating the use of abandoned properties for illegal activities. It is important that I reflect on the ministry's work towards urban rejuvenation and revitalization. The CBS clearly defines the environmental challenges that have plagued us for generations. In addressing issues such as vegetation exceeding 30 inches in height, properties that attract criminal activity, and derelict vehicles. For far too long, government has been a bit too complacent in addressing the unsightly state of many of our abandoned properties. I do not want to call out any particular area, but we all know if you take a drive, in some spaces, up the village, for example, which is not the responsibility of any of the MPs here, but it is a passion of theirs to correct. You're going to see abandoned lots. Drive through Fortlands, you're going to see abandoned lots. Drive on the main road through St. Kitts in particular, you are going to count every 5th or so house is an abandoned property on the main road with overgrown vegetation, with roofs falling in, wood lice, rodents, abandoned cars in highly grassed areas next to people's homes. It is a serious challenge that we have dealt with for far too long. While Solid Waste Management Corporation has been relentless in its efforts to partner with communities and with the Department of Constituency Empowerment to remove derelict vehicles, for example, the corporation faces many challenges legally in something as simple as determining if a vehicle is derelict, in needing a mechanic to say, yes, this is a derelict and abandoned vehicle and it needs to move. And I don't need to ask how many of us in here drive on a road to our homes and you must pass a vehicle that somebody left 5 years ago and they have not remembered to come back for the vehicle. Solid waste cannot go and take up the vehicle, even if grass is growing through the tires and up through the steering wheel. So we need to address this. Importantly, we now have an opportunity with the CBS bill to manage a multiplicity of environment health challenges with the successful passing of this bill. A critical component of this bill is the need for abatement. The bill defines the abatement order as a grant of authority to take corrective action with respect to overgrown lots of land, unsightly structures, public safety risk, public health nuisances, and derelict vehicle in accordance with this act. Where the government must intervene to remediate a lot, the cost of clearing will attach to the property tax of the landowner. Failure to pay significant arrears could ultimately lead to the auctioning of the property. The bill encourages public education campaigns to promote property maintenance and offers relief mechanisms for vulnerable populations, such as the elderly and the incapacitated or differently abled landowners. The bill therefore empowers the authority to issue abatement orders to negligent property owners. The CBS authority will include representatives from critical departments such as health, environment, urban development, solid waste management, ensuring coordinated actions across sectors. So let's take a look at the land conditions which qualify for abatement. Under the Community Beautification and Safety Bill 2024, the following land conditions will qualify for intervention. Overgrown vegetation, lots with vegetation exceeding 30 inches in height, properties with weeds, shrubs, or trees that overhang onto neighboring properties, posing risks such as fire hazards and physical damage. Unsightly properties, land or structures that are unsightly and detrimental to the amenity of an area, conditions visible from public roads or other accessible areas causing nuisance or injury to the neighborhood's appearance. Derelict vehicles and structures, land containing abandoned vehicles or derelict structures that present safety hazards or attract illegal activity. Public safety risk, properties used for illegal activities such as storing stolen goods or criminal paraphernalia. Land conditions that attract children, posing physical harm. Health hazards, land that serves as breeding grounds for disease vectors like mosquitoes or rodents. Accumulated waste or stagnant water posing environmental health threats. Imminent danger, properties that present immediate risk of injury to visitors or damage the adjacent areas. Madam Speaker, I want to pause and recount one summer. Where I live, I do have some abandoned properties and some properties where the owners don't really keep it too nice, but it is my neighborhood, St. Paul's. And one summer, my parents noted that some young children would walk through the alley every single day. No real need to come to the alley. And every day, there would be a little bit of fire. They were like lighting, children playing with fire, playing with matches. And one day, the play went way too far. And the property next door, which is abandoned, was on fire. And of course, in my village in particular, where I live in particular, we have elderly persons on that road, and the fire started. And of course, you call the fire station and question, why would you do this? But that's the nature of children. It's amusement, it's summer, you run about, you're idle. And the challenge we're facing here is, in these abandoned lots, children want to play, it becomes a risk. And that could have been a fire in a whole neighborhood. Or criminals want to store illegal goods, hide evidence of their crime, and children go and play in the same property. You just never know. But it has been a problem that has been plaguing us for far too long. It is important for us to articulate to the public also the abatement process. Step 1, identification. The CBS authority identifies qualifying properties through complaints from the public or neighboring residents. inspections from health, environment, or urban development officers, and constituency empowerment officers, reports from law enforcement or other government departments. The Department of Constituency Empowerment carried out some 6 to 8 month long data collection exercises, and every single week the data revealed that the biggest challenge community residents face outside of roads, etc., were the abandoned lots and the derelict vehicles. Persons were calling environmental health. What do I do about this neighbor who has the grass growing so high? We have so many mosquitoes because in the yard there are old buckets catching water, old fridge, white goods, and every year we engage in our community cleanse to remove these, not just because we want to do it, but because it helps with the environmental health issues. So the data collection process will come from a number of sources to the authority. Investigation and assessment. Officers assess the property to confirm it meets the criteria for abatement, and a detailed report is prepared, including photographs, descriptions of violations, and potential risk. And I must say, our file has endless photos and evidence of properties which need serious addressing. Sometimes these properties are occupied, as we mentioned earlier, by the elderly and incapacitated persons. And the Parks and Beaches unit would do what it can to clean a property. But if you are incapacitated, you know the state of the property will return to what it was. So there must be some effort to seriously address this challenge. The CBSA, that's the Community Beautification and Safety Authority, issues a notice of abatement to the property owner or occupier detailing the specific violations, the actions required, be it clearing the vegetation, removing the waste, repairing structures, or a deadline for compliance, 21 days from the issuance of the notice. I also recall another story, so I'm going to give some stories, but it still will remain within the 1 hour time frame. There was an elderly lady who continuously called Constituency Empowerment and Parks and Beaches, Solid Waste, Environmental Health. And then she got to the minister's desk. And she said, you need to come to our home. You need to see what's happening. Her property, there's a mango tree in her neighbor's yard that was hanging right over onto her roof. The mango tree had wood lice, and her roof was rotting. And no matter what you said to the neighbor, they would not address the problem. So she wanted us to intervene. Now, our intervention from Constituency Empowerment goes beyond insisting that the neighbor cuts the tree through the forestry unit or the Department of Agriculture and Environmental Health. It's, you now have a roof for an elderly lady with no regular income outside of her pension or Social Security. She cannot repair the roof. We now need to assume the cost as a department which deals with empowerment of the community of repairing her roof. And there are many cases like this. Government has to do something. It has been far too long. Now, step 4, monitoring and compliance. The authority monitors the property to determine whether the owner complies with the abatement notice within a specified time frame. Government intervention. If the owner fails to comply, the CBSA arranges for government-approved contractors to carry out the necessary abatement framework. The intervention includes removing overgrown growth and waste, repairing or demolishing unsafe structures, installing barriers or fencing if needed. Cost recovery. The costs incurred by the government for the abatement are added to the property tax bill of the landowner, itemized with detailed invoices to ensure transparency. Enforcement of payment, step 7. If the landowner fails to pay the additional charges, the property tax arrears may lead to legal action. Significant unpaid sums can result in the property being sold at auction to recover cost. Appeals and relief mechanisms. Vulnerable property owners, such as the elderly or incapacitated, can appeal to a relief board for financial assistance or exemption. Appeals must be lodged within a specified period, and the relief board will review the case based on the evidence of hardship. Finalization. The cleared property is monitored to ensure it does not relapse into neglect. The CBSA keeps records of all interventions for future reference and accountability. This structured process ensures efficiency, fairness, and accountability while holding property owners responsible for maintaining their land. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's important that I say, of these steps outlined here, the government, through the Department of Constituency Empowerment, the Department of Environmental Health in the Ministry of Environment, in the Ministry of Health, Solid Waste Management Corporation, NHC, Human Settlement, and the Department of Physical Planning through the Development Control and Planning Board already carries out these services, albeit in an ad hoc needs basis. This bill and this authority brings our work into alignment strategically, coherently, and with fairness to property owners and the neighbors who have to live with these challenges. Let's speak about a very important issue to our nation, citizen security. Fighting crime through environmental interventions. Madam Speaker, crime is often a symptom of environmental neglect. Overgrown lots and derelict properties provide hiding spaces for criminals, venues for illegal dumping, and even storage for illicit goods, such as weapons and drugs. Think in your mind, every time you see a small group of teenagers doing something wrong, look at the environment they're in. They're not in front of a church. They're not in a community building. They're not in a green space well manicured. They are more often than not in front of or in some abandoned building, between some nook with some galvanized fence, some places that no one would venture to do what they want to do. Ask your friends. Many persons who the first taste of crime was in a space like this, because you have to hide, and you're going to hide in a place that the public would not want to go. So we must eliminate as much as possible these options. Studies from jurisdictions globally, including cities in the United States such as Philadelphia, Michigan, and Flint, have consistently demonstrated that remediating vacant lots through cleaning, greening, and fencing leads to serious reduction in crime. There are countless examples across our own region here in the Caribbean which demonstrate the strong linkages between the physical environment and criminal behavior. Take, for example, methods to calm persons. Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, when you step into a mall, for example, a mall that's intent on taking your money, it's clean, it's bright, it's sparkling, the music is calming, the perfumes move through the air and lure you. The physical environment is directly linked to how we behave. It's a science. So if we create green spaces, well-manicured lawns, clean communities, more public parks where people can feel safe, your behavior is likely to change. You are less argumentative. My mother said to me, she said, you know, when we were growing up, every Saturday, you could be certain that there was an argument in the village. People were arguing over all kind of odd things. And this is way back then. So I said, why do you think it has changed so, at least for our community? The domestic violence rates, the arguments between families. She said, you know, people live in cleaner, safer environments. People have more space in their homes, or they have their own homes, so you reduce the conflict. The poverty levels have completely reduced, which means less bad behavior, less frustration, less anger. You go home and you eat and you watch TV, you make love and you feel good. So, more children, right? So we really have to create spaces.
Can we continue, please?
Yes.
Parliamentary language.
They are listening. I'm happy. Spaces where people feel better and behave better. The measures that we intend to implement will enhance natural surveillance, foster community cohesion, and send a strong signal to the neighborhood as an activity that it is actively cared for and monitored. The bill aligns perfectly with these scientific and well-researched findings by empowering the Community Beautification and Safety Authority to take swift and decisive action. We can address these high-crime environments directly, making our communities safer and more resilient. On the issue of public health and community well-being, the state of neglected lots is not merely an aesthetic problem. It is a pressing public health issue. Standing water, unchecked vegetation, accumulating debris, becoming breeding grounds for mosquitoes and vermin, spreading diseases such as dengue, leptospirosis, and chikungunya. These health risks disproportionately affect low-income and vulnerable communities where neglected properties are often concentrated. The bill equips us to act before a public health crisis arises. By instituting preventative measures and remediation protocols, we protect our citizens, relieve the burden on our healthcare system, and promote a healthier, more active lifestyle for all. Let's talk about the environmental and economic benefits. The establishment of this authority under the Ministry of Sustainable Development ensures that our response to these challenges is both coordinated and sustainable. A centralized authority allows for seamless collaboration across sectors, optimizing resources and avoiding the duplication of efforts. And as I mentioned earlier, bringing us together under one umbrella ensures that we are coordinated and that we're coherent. In particular, I must mention that the Ministry of Sustainable Development is no stranger to acting in this process. We do know that anytime we are interested in constructing, renovating our homes, it is the Ministry of Sustainable Development through our development control officers who go out and inspect your property. We do know that if there are abandoned lots, the first person you call is the Department of Environmental Health. So bringing us under this umbrella makes perfect sense. And furthermore, because all these units have been working together as the community, the National Community Cleanse Unit, it makes even more sense that this activity is housed here in the Ministry of Sustainable Development, which coordinates our National Community Cleanse. Environmental benefits abound. Cleaning and greening efforts improve biodiversity conservation efforts, prevent soil and water contamination from unmanaged waste. Restored lots become opportunities for green spaces, community gardens, and eco-friendly urban projects, enhancing not only our environment, but the social fabric of our society. Madam Deputy Speaker, you do know, I mean, all of us know that you drive through some neighborhoods and the homes are well kept, beautiful, and then you reach one lot and it's just garbage, it's grass, it's a derelict vehicle. And it really reduces the value of your property. It reduces the feeling of safety in your community. And that's why it's really important that we push for this bill. Economically, the enhanced aesthetics and safety will make our island feel more attractive to investors and tourists alike. A clean, safe, and vibrant landscape communicates that we are forward-looking, sustainable nation ready to compete on the world stage. I must pause here, again included in my 1 hour, to speak about tourism. Now, if we're pushing nationally, venture deep, community-based tourism as an eco-friendly, sustainable option for tourism development in the future, how can we encourage visitors to go to our communities, drink by our bars, eat at our community restaurants, if they have to drive through roads where old vehicles are, lots are overgrown? You know you won't feel comfortable. You won't feel comfortable if you walk off a boat and the first thing you see is garbage or an abandoned lot. And that is predominant in Bastia. Now, I'm also going to use this opportunity, Madam Deputy Speaker, to speak about Independence Square. Last week, or was it Monday? A couple days ago, the Minister of Tourism shared some very concerning messages about the garbage situation in Independence Square. Immediately after that, I got 5 or so messages from other concerned citizens. The garbage in the square is unsightly. The food is souring. How could this be our Independence Square? Who is responsible? And I said to the cabinet, you would not believe that we have 3 authorities working in the square, and you would not believe that solid waste collects the garbage there from the square, that Parks and Beaches unit is stationed at the square, that people have to go through urban development to use the square, and you would not believe it if I say that it is the problem with the garbage in the square is not caused by persons who visit the square, but also, not caused only, but also by the businesses surrounding Independence Square. We removed the garbage. The next day, TV boxes, shoe boxes, shredded paper from businesses. Solid waste was put into action. We ticketed one of the business owners. You're throwing away your garbage in Independence Square, and the boxes are addressed to you. Now, is there anybody who would go to Independence Square like you're gone there to sit and eat with your TV, take out your TV out the box and leave your TV box there? It is clearly one of the businesses who bought TVs, installed them, and decided the easiest thing to do was to rest them in Independence Square. Where's the national pride? Where's the recognition that this is not only historically significant to us, but part of who we are, and how we came here? So we removed the bins to the inside of the square. Garbage came again the next day. We removed the garbage and ticketed the next person. Completely removed the bins. There are no bins in Independence Square, save for some metal recycling bins. And what did people do? They brought the bags of garbage and the boxes and rested them on the ground where the bins were. And there were some people who ate their KFC boxes and left them on the benches. Now, I say this to say that this government, this parliament, could shut up about being a sustainable island state if the people of St. Kitts aren't going to be with the program. And the most basic way of being sustainable is being clean. And it's protecting your environment. And it's respecting other users of the square. And it's paying for services like environmental health. Every business is responsible for disposing its own garbage. You do not take your garbage to the square for us to dispose. You do not eat your KFC and your Chinese and whatever else you eat and leave it in the square. That's in poor taste. It's just not done. So, between the Ministry of Tourism, because we have an obligation to protect tourism livelihoods, and oftentimes we don't see the link. For the entire week I passed through the square, And when it's clean, the tourists are sitting everywhere. They're taking pictures, they're cooling out. You see young persons taking a breather, the persons who work in the area relaxing, children waiting for their parents. It's supposed to be a safe communal space. But if a tourist comes off of the boat, walks up the road and heads to the square, and the first thing they meet is garbage and rotting food, they are going to tell their friends. They're going to Instagram it and TikTok it and post it. And they're going to say, for such a beautiful place, it's very dirty. The first thing people say about an island when they intend to visit or have visited, it's so beautiful, it's so clean, the people are so nice. You never not hear about the environment. And that is why it's important, if we want to protect the incomes of the persons who work in this sector, you must protect the very environment on which the sector relies. So this is the first call to everyone around the square. Help us, partner with us, support our efforts to keep St. Kitts and Nevis clean. Now, there are gaps in existing legislation. It's worth emphasizing that the existing legal framework is insufficient at this point. There are various acts, the Development Control and Planning Act, the Public Health Act, and the Solid Waste Management Act, which address some elements of these issues. They do so in a fragmented and somewhat limited manner. These laws lack the comprehensive powers and interdepartmental coordination necessary to tackle multifaceted challenges posed by neglected properties. Importantly, I must state that Solid Waste Management Corporation, as well as the Development Planning and Control Board, will be undergoing legislative reform in 2025, along with the Department of Environment, to ensure that these acts align with our CBS. The CBS bill remedies the insufficiencies in these existing acts by creating an integrated approach with powers to issue abatement orders, manage compliance, and undertake remediation where necessary. The authority will have the tools to address these problems decisively and holistically. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I must also highlight how often the DCPB, the SWMC, and the Ministry of Sustainable Development have to go to court over things like garbage, over people who want to build in guts, over people who want to do a two-story building without proper engineering, over persons who are rude and aggressively violent with our sanitation officers, over persons who refuse to clean their lots. We need comprehensive, holistic legislation that empowers the ministry to act where persons fail to do so. Now, why do we have to attach this to property tax? Why does this matter? The mechanism of attaching cleanup cost to property taxes is particularly crucial. It ensures accountability as property owners bear the financial responsibility for their negligence. The government ain't absorbing this cost anymore. We've done this for years, and in particular, for the past 2 years, parks and beaches without any additional pay, step workers without any additional pay, Department of Constituency Empowerment and the solid waste landfill sanitation workers without any additional compensation will mobilize to clear our property. Fairness, as vulnerable individuals can appeal through the established relief boards, while persistent offenders face consequences. Madam Speaker, we want to be fair, and we want to give everyone an equal opportunity to fix their challenges. And for sustainability, as the funds are recovered through property tax arrears, the property tax arrears offset the cost of government interventions, making the system financially viable. I should use this opportunity to say, paying your property tax is critical. And so for those persons who aren't up to date with their taxes, they ought to, and this is another incentive for them to act. This approach aligns with international best practices as seen both in Barbados and cities like Philadelphia, where similar measures have improved community safety and aesthetics. Let's take a moment to talk about how this bill aligns with our SDGs. We have until 2030 to meet our International Development Agenda. This bill aligns with several United Nations Sustainable Development Goals by addressing critical intersections of public health, safety, environmental sustainability, and community well-being. SDG 3, good health and well-being. Combating risk associated with overgrown lots, vector-borne diseases, as mentioned before. Ensuring cleaner and safer environments, reducing preventable health conditions, alleviating the burden on the healthcare system, and enhancing community well-being. Sustainable cities and communities, promoting urban renewal and better land use through the remediation of overgrown lots and derelict properties, making neighborhoods more livable, inclusive, and sustainable. Another story, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I think the persons who are older than me, which is everybody here except Minister Philip, can help me. You are? My mother, again, the historian, and telling me why I have no other choice but to support a Labour government. Was talking about Papa Bradshaw and St. Paul's community, and I think it existed all over. She reminded me of the houses that would move on the chattel houses, right? And she said, and I could have it a little mixed up, and she would just scold me tonight if I got it wrong. But you're here to help me. She reminded me of a disease that people had back then, triggerfoot.
Trigger.
I was like, what is triggerfoot? And she was like, you know, the mud floors and so forth, and you're always walking barefoot, and people would get that worm, that trigger worm in their foot. And one thing that Papa Bradshaw decided was just intolerable was this particular situation, hence the houses. Reminding us of the importance of keeping our environment clean, ensuring that people live in safe properties. And now, today, how many years after? The CBS, for those individuals who have forgotten that it is our primary duty to keep our neighborhood clean and safe. You cannot have houses rotting with wood lice, structures falling, children going to play, it falling on them. Our grass overgrown, rats, etc., running in and out through your neighborhood. Our mosquitoes. It is a serious problem, and I am happy that this Parliament will support this bill unanimously because it is important, it is non-controversial, and it is for health and safety. Climate action, of course, addressing the overgrown lots, improving local ecosystems, life on land, peace, justice, and strong institutions. In particular, SDG 16, Peace, Justice, and Strong Institutions, is addressing the overgrown lots as a hub for criminal activity. The bill helps to create safer communities and promotes justice and social stability. It's fair administrative mechanisms, including the attachment of cleanup costs to property taxes and provisions of vulnerable groups, ensure equitable enforcement and minimize conflict. Partnership for the Goals, of course, involves collaboration across government departments, communities, and the private sector. This integrated approach exemplifies effective partnerships necessary to achieve sustainable development outcomes. And that is why, Madam Speaker, this year, for our National Community Cleanse, we invite the private sector to join us. It's a 500,000 plus activity for this government to mobilize persons across St. Kitts to clean, to remove white goods, to place bins, to go to the homes of our elderly, to clean their yards, to clean their homes in some cases for the Christmas period. We need support from the private sector, but government is not going to beg but invite you to support our cause, to help us in keeping our community clean. So we have the CBS Authority dealing with the legislative aspects of keeping our community clean, our National Community Cleanse Coordinating Community, ensuring that there's philanthropic activity around keeping our community clean, and the various departments doing what they must. The CBS bill supports the SDGs through a holistic framework that integrates environmental sustainability, public health, and economic accountability. It is a model of localized action that reflects global ambition for the SDGs to a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable future for St. Kitts and for Nevis. So I wind up with a call to action. But before, allow me to note that since its first reading in March, was it? We have since had consultation. May, thank you. Consultation. Every director and their team from the Department of Ministry of Sustainable Development and Environment has responded to this bill. I'll read one excerpt. The bill is extremely relevant as the prevention, detection, and abatement of overgrown lots of land, unsightly structures, public safety risk, public health nuisances, and derelict vehicles have become a major issue to which this ministry must contend. I'll read another quote from Parks and Beaches. I really do like this reference. By accepting this legislation, we will continue to uphold our mandate, which is keeping our country and environment clean and aesthetically pleasing for a better and safer and more sustainable country. Climate action, environment, physical planning, the list continues, the consultation was done. This bill is more than legislation, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a blueprint for a better St. Kitts and Nevis. It is a declaration that we will not tolerate any blight, neglect, or lawlessness in our communities. It is a commitment to safeguarding our environment, promoting public health, and upholding the dignity of our shared spaces. The bill is not just about addressing the immediate concerns. It is about building a foundation for the future, a future where every citizen feels secure, every neighborhood thrives, and every visitor is inspired by the beauty and the order of our countries. Madam Deputy Speaker, together, all of us here in this Parliament, all of us listening now to the words that I'm uttering, all of the community groups, the churches, the environmental groups, the private sector corporations, all of us, we can transform this vision of sustainability into a reality, ensuring that our nation not only aspires to be a sustainable island state, but we actually achieve it. So join us in calling out the landowners who aren't compliant. Join us in calling out the businesses who want to litter, illegally dump in the square. Join us in calling out the persons who aren't keeping their properties clean and safe. Join us in working towards a beautiful, a clean, and environmentally healthy St. Kitts and Nevis. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Clark. Seconder, I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher
Madam
One.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to Second, the Community Beautification and Safety Bill 2024, and to make some very brief comments in support of this timely bill that was so beautifully articulated by our expert in environment, climate action, sustainable development, et al., the Honorable Dr. Joy Clark. But as she clearly stated, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a timely bill, and when you look at the objects or the objectives of the Act, straightforward. Protect the public from health risk associated with unkept properties. B, create safer communities. C, beautify the environment and the aesthetics of St. Christopher Nevis for national pride and promotion as a high-end tourist destination. Then D, reduce opportunities for criminally minded persons to hide fruits of their crimes and tools of their criminal activities. E, encourage owners and occupiers responsibility for the care and maintenance of properties. And lastly, discourage abandonment of derelict vehicles. No need for me, Madam Deputy Speaker, to say what the Honorable Minister would have said, but to lend my support in showing the seriousness of this bill and the importance of this bill, especially at this time. When you look at the entire composition of the bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, in number 6, it speaks to the appointment and the composition of the authority. So it is a comprehensive approach we are taking as we make sure that our communities are beautiful, remain beautiful, and safe. And the list is clear of who will sit on this authority: the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Constituency Empowerment, Department of Labor and Survey, Department of Environment, Department of Physical Planning, Solid Waste Management Corporation, Parks and Beaches Commission, Urban Development Unit, and the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs. This alone, Madam Speaker, indicates to us the seriousness of this government as we approach putting things in place to ensure that we have the sustainable island state that we are moving towards. In number 8, it listed the responsibilities of the authority, Madam Deputy Speaker. I won't go through the entire list, but they are straightforward. And what I like, Madam Speaker, as the Honorable Mover was making her presentation when she was talking about the abatement orders, what I like about that, Madam Speaker, is that it's not a case where we are going to be doing things just haphazardly or crazily. We have a structure that we must govern ourselves by. And I was even more super impressed with Section 15, Madam Deputy Speaker, that speaks to the appeal, which is fairness at its best. So if someone feels that because of how their property is, they might not have been the one, deserving of the summons or whatever it might be, they have an opportunity to appeal that, and it is structured as to how that process will be followed. I must support this, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I live in a community where a lot of abandoned properties exist. And I believe it's sometime in here I also indicated, as we move towards modernizing or revitalizing our communities, this is part of what will help us to get the soonest. And I'm pleased to be supporting this bill this morning in this honorable house, because in my constituency we have started dialoguing with some of the property owners, and some have given us permission, and we have turned some of these lands, and we are in fact doing another one on Saturday, where we are repurposing some of these lands in orchards. And I want to thank the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, because his team also would be working with us, because it's not just about planting the orchards, but is making sure that they are done correctly. And this bill would assist us in moving even further in ensuring that these lands are repurposed, and I believe some of them would be willing to sell government, and I will be willing to buy for NHC, so that we can build apartments and other properties so that persons can benefit from. With that said, Madam Speaker, I lend my support, and I wish this bill safe passage to this honorable house. May it please you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for St. Christopher 1. I recognize the Honorable Member for Nevis 10.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise to make some interventions on this bill that is before this Honorable House, Community Beautification and Safety Bill 2024. And I am going to start my little presentation this way, Madam Deputy Speaker. A sustainable island state cannot be a dirty and unkempt island state. Let me repeat that. A sustainable island state absolutely cannot be a dirty and an unkempt island state. And Madam Speaker, the presenter of the bill was very clear and comprehensive in terms of what she presented as it relates to what is happening on St. Kitts. But I must say as well that the problem exists on the island of Nevis as well. And of course, we are one federation. And generally what affects one of the sisters affects the other as well. And so I have to reiterate here as well that the situation is pretty dire in both St. Kitts and Nevis. And it is really, really disheartening when we travel through St. Kitts and Nevis and we see so many abandoned vehicles, derelict vehicles, abandoned houses, overgrown lots. And when I say overgrown, I really mean overgrown. And of course, the presenter would have also outlined some of the drawbacks for these unkept places. I'm not going to go over all of them because I'm not going to be an hour like her. But some of these things need to be highlighted and to be emphasized. Because, of course, when we have these abandoned vehicles, derelict vehicles, abandoned lots, overgrown lots, abandoned homes, it is the breeding ground for criminal activity. And of course, we know that we have been rocked by criminal activity over the past years. And who knows, maybe some of these criminal activities may have been perpetrated in some of these abandoned homes and overgrown lots. And it is important that we ensure that that changes. Now, of course, we know so many contraband can be hidden in derelict vehicles, in abandoned homes, in overgrown lots. And the evidence has actually shown that sometimes contraband is recovered from these areas. And so it is important that we take steps to ensure that we lessen the areas where contraband can be hidden, where crimes can be perpetrated. And of course, we can't underestimate as well the importance of having these cleaned up with regards to our health. I think it was early this year or last year, we had a big spike in dengue fever on Nevis. I'm not sure what the situation was in St. Kitts, but we had a large spike in Nevis. And of course, we know these mosquitoes can breed in these areas. When we have these abandoned lots, it's a harboring ground for people to do indiscriminate dumping. And when we have these large trees in all these lots, we have absolutely no idea what is behind these trees. People carry their old fridge, their old stove, their old microwave, everything, and they dump them there. Of course, with all this rain that we've been having, water collects and the mosquitoes breed. And of course, once the mosquitoes breed, they're going to bite. And when they bite, they can carry the mosquitoes. And so we must absolutely try to safeguard ourselves. We also have to recognize as well that when we have these overgrown areas and abandoned homes, it can actually devalue the property that is next to these places. So when you have your nice property there well kept, and the next door to your property, you have an unkempt area, it actually devalues your property. And so if you want to sell your property and maybe get another one, it devalues what you can get for your property. And so it is important, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we do our utmost to ensure that we clean up St. Kitts and Nevis. A lot needs to be done. And we must put the onus on our nationals and residents. They are depending too much on the government to do all the cleaning up. But we must have some national pride, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we ought to speak more about this. Of course, when we have these overgrown areas as well, Madam Deputy Speaker, well, I have been in agriculture all of my life, and I know that they can actually be the breeding ground for pests and diseases in agriculture for our crops. And so when we have all of these areas that are not kept properly, and then we may have a farm next door, we may have a greenhouse next door, we may have a shade house next door, the pests and diseases that are breeding in these unkept areas could actually spread to your area. And of course, that leads to the crop loss, crop damage, and of course, loss of profit for the farmers as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said, the mover of the bill would have outlined all of the drawbacks. I don't need to go over all of them. But I wanted to highlight a few things as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to commend the fact that there will be the establishment of the Community Beautification and Safety Authority. But Madam Deputy Speaker, I have to give a warning because I noticed that the authority is quite large, 10 members, right? From 10 different departments and organizations. And this authority, I see it says, it speaks to remuneration as well. And so it's an authority that will get some pay. Madam Deputy Speaker, my hope is that this authority will not be an authority with no authority. Because sometimes we tend to establish authorities and boards, and it sounds good when we come here to Parliament and say we are establishing a board, we're establishing authority, but sometimes the authority or the board, it's there sometimes just for a show, and to say that we have established a board or we have established an authority. My hope is that this 10-member authority will do what it has to do. That it will be firm based on the fact that we have heard outlined very succinctly the situation that is happening here in St. Kitts and Nevis, and this board or this authority will do what it has to do. We live in a so small society, Madam Deputy Speaker, and of course sometimes the members of the authority will have their friends, they will have their family, and of course sometimes if an abatement order needs to be made to somebody or served on somebody, one of the members of the authority could say, well, that's my family or that's my friend. So I'm hopeful that in order for us to become that sustainable island state, and in order for us to clean up St. Kitts and Nevis, in order for us to clean up the derelict vehicles, clean up the abandoned homes, clean up the overgrown lots, that this authority will take its authority very seriously, or its responsibility very seriously, and do what it has to do. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to encourage, as I'm encouraging the authority to do what it has to do when it is established, I also want to encourage the people of St. Kitts and Nevis to do their part in cleaning up our federation. It always warms my heart, Madam Deputy Speaker, when people visit and they say that the place is clean. I remember a couple of days ago, I have some friends in the US who were visiting, and they were on a cruise, two couples from the US. And when they came to Nevis, some of them were coming to Nevis for the very first time. And one of the ladies said to me, I've been to the other Caribbean islands on this cruise, and Nevis is the cleanest. I felt really good. But that doesn't mean that we don't have work to do. There is a lot of work to do. Visitors may feel that it's clean compared to other jurisdictions. But we in the jurisdiction, we know that there is a lot of work that needs to be done, and our nationals and residents need to be on board to get the work done. This is Christmas coming up, and I'm sure those of us who grew up in my era would know that when Christmas was coming, everyone took pride in cleaning up in front of their respective homes. You know what is happening nowadays, Madam Deputy Speaker? Everybody wants the government to clean up even in front of their homes. They are waiting for the government crew to come with the weed eater and clean up in front of their own homes. That is sad, and we should not have gotten to this point. When I was growing up, every village was spick and span at Christmas because people went out and they cleaned. They were very conspicuous in doing it because they wanted the place to look nice and clean. But nowadays people don't care. So they have a nice house, but in front, they don't care whether or not in front is looking clean or not because they're waiting for the government to come and do that. We have to get beyond that, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as we are trying to become a sustainable island state, we must try as much as possible to be clean and tidy and beautiful. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know the derelict vehicle situation is bad on both islands, but in Nevis we would have done some work in terms of collecting and crushing and exporting derelict vehicles in the past, and very shortly we will be restarting that program of cleaning up Nevis in terms of derelict vehicles, and I'm making an appeal here in the Assembly that when we restart that process on Nevis, that the owners of these very derelict vehicles would please cooperate with us, because sometimes people want to hold on to derelict vehicles for whatever reason, I don't know. But bearing in mind these derelict vehicles are breeding grounds for rodents. And so I am appealing, when we restart the process on Nevis, that persons who own derelict vehicles, people who have derelict vehicles on the side of the roads, on their property, we will make the necessary announcements, and we want people to comply. And I'm hopeful that in the future, that can be duplicated here on St. Kitts as well. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to point out a few other things before I take my seat. With regards to the bill itself, I have a few suggestions because I think the bill is a comprehensive bill. It's a good bill. It's a time. I know that people are very guilty with regards to all of these offenses, the derelict vehicles, the abandoned homes, the overgrown lots. I am not seeing any provision in the bill with regards to when you go around and you find these things and you identify them, to give in people any fines. I know there is the thing about the abatement order, but sometimes as well, I think there could have been a little provision where you actually fine people. And when you do that, it would discourage people in the future from having these abandoned homes and derelict vehicles. In addition to that, Madam Deputy Speaker, in section 11.4a, when it speaks to the serving of the abatement order, it speaks to serving the abatement order on persons who reside here. It doesn't make any provision for when the bailiff goes and the owner decides he's not going to take the order, because you may have that situation arise. And so what is going to happen when the owner decides, I am not going to take this abatement order? Some provision should have been made for that. There are no provisions made as well for when the, well, I know you spoke, the presenter spoke about selling properties by auction, but I know sometimes there are no owners for certain lots of land. Sometimes you go to the register, the land registry, and you can't find any owner as well. With regards to the appeal process in section 15.2, it speaks to the appeal process and it says the appeal should be made to the magistrate. I personally believe, that's just my personal opinion, that with such a board, an authority, a 10-member authority, I think the authority should have the authority and the responsibility to deal with the appeal. I think the magistrate court is already filled with a lot of work to do, and I believe that probably this, in terms of the first part of the appeal process, should be undertaken by the authority that is established. Generally, though, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think, as I said, the bill is timely. I think that it is important that we get our citizens of St. Kitts and Nevis to start thinking differently with regards to indiscriminate dumping, with regards to overgrown lots, with regards to having derelict vehicles and abandoned homes. And we are hopeful that this bill could trigger some action, some positive action in our nationals of St. Kitts and Nevis where this is concerned. So with these few remarks, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish the bill safe passage. May it please you.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Nevis 10. I recognize the Honourable Member for Nevis 9.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to say a few words. And I too think that this bill is timely and it's necessary. And just like my colleague from Nevis, I believe that it is a problem that we have across the Federation. Madam Deputy Speaker, allow me to share just a few thoughts on what is proposed. I commend the mover because I think that in the hour that she gave herself, she would have laid out a comprehensive analysis of the problem and suggested that this bill could, in fact, provide some solutions. As we have heard, this difficulty of derelict cars, abandoned properties, overgrown properties is a national problem. In fact, I would go so far to say it is fast becoming a national crisis. Part of the problem certainly from the Nevis perspective, and I'm fairly certain that it's similar over here in St. Kitts, is that a lot of these properties are the properties of those who would have migrated. Our biggest export for a long time was people. And when our people went abroad, they left their homes, they left their properties, and as the older generations passed on, many of these properties were simply abandoned. That is part of the problem, and I feel that part of our appeal has to be to Nevisians and Kittitians in the diaspora, that they come home to take care of their family property. A lot of these properties, in my experience, are tied up in confusion because the parents had 10 children, they're scattered north, east, south and west, all over the world. They don't get along, they're not speaking to each other, and the consequence, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that there can be no consensus in relation to that property. The good member for St. George, Gingerland, on this side of the aisle, made good reference, I think, to the difficulty, and I think he put it very nicely when he says that there could really be no talk of a sustainable island state if we don't have a clean island state. I have had the privilege of going to some places in the world. I most recently was in the little island of Bermuda, and I can say that I did not see a bottle cap on the road. And part of what we must do is to look to others who are best in class to try to understand from them how they went about it. But I think fundamental to us solving this problem has to come back to our people. If our people are not on board, we could talk about sustainable island state until the cows come home. It will make little difference. If the man still feels he can go in the square and eat his KFC and leave the box right there, then all the lofty chatter about sustainable island state will be to no avail. We need to find a way to say to our people that their habits, their practices, and let me say this, I don't think that it's a majority of our people. I want to say that because sometimes when we say our people, there are those out there who are doing the right thing. In fact, I think the majority are doing the right thing. Because how many of us in this parliament, or how many of us listening would actually go in Independence Square, eat food and leave this stuff right there on the bench? I don't think many of us would. But there are some who would. And the comment that was made about guests coming in, and that's their impression, it's a very potent comment because that one bad experience sometimes overwhelms all the other good experiences that people may have in terms of visitors to our island and our country. So I think we need to find a way to appeal to our people. I have been trying at this age and stage of my life to get fit. So I'm trying to do a little, well, trying to do a little walking. Well over 40. I'm trying to do a little walking, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I have marveled that each day that I walk in my neighborhood, I find plastic bottles on the sides of the roads. Red Bull can, Guinness bottle. And it tells me that what is happening is as people drive and whatever they're drinking, they just toss it out the window. I am not persuaded that there are people in the neighborhood who are doing that. It's people who are driving along. You find styrofoam containers. Whatever food they were consuming as a joke, they just dash it out the window. What can we do as a people to start to say to our people that that is simply unacceptable? It shouldn't require us to come in here. It's like we have to come in Parliament to tell a man he must bathe. Or to say the Nevis language, he must wash his skin. We shouldn't have to tell people some of these things. But the reality is that our people, some of them, behave in a fashion that undermines the efforts that are being made, legitimately being made, to get us to a stage where we are best in class. We cannot be best in class if we continue practices that are worst in class. The member on this side of the aisle spoke to our new reality in St. Kitts and Nevis, that everybody feels that it's the government's responsibility to do everything. A man saw me the other day in a little bar, and he said to me that along the roadside where he lives, just outside his gate, that the grass was growing up there, and I should hire him to keep the area clean. And I said to him, we didn't have any money to do that. He said, well, just pay for the gas for the weed whacker. And I said to him, but it's outside your gate. It's your neighborhood. If you think that is bad, Madam Deputy Speaker, after some heavy winds and rains, a fellow from my constituency rang me to say that a acacia tree, as we call it, what do you correct name is? Acacia? Acacia. Acacia tree had fallen somewhere close to his door at his house. And I must send a man from Public Works to remove it. So I know him to be an able-bodied individual. I said, well, you don't have a cutlass that you can use to think? He said, yeah, but who can pay him? So I tell him, well, if you don't want to come out your house, stay in your house. I saw him a week later, he was out the house. I said, how you get the acacia tree moved? He said he had to do it himself. I said, but that is what you ought to have done. What you call me for? I'm saying these things because our people have become a people that every problem is somebody else's problem. Send somebody from the government to clean it and they'll take to social. They will take a photo of it and all. Take a picture. Look how down the village look. Look how this place look. Put it on social media and cost somebody. Cost the area representative. Cost solid waste. Cost somebody. How do we transition to our people understanding that it is their problem too? It is not a government problem, it is our problem. Because when the mosquito breeds and then decides to feed, it is those people who are going to get dengue too. And chikungunya. Yeah, chikungunya. And whatever the things are called. When the rats and the rodents come, what are they going to do? Take picture of the rat as well and put that on Facebook? Look how many rats are in the neighborhood. We need to find a way. And I am not too sure when we lost our way in St. Kitts Nevis. Because the honorable member on this side of the aisle is 100% correct that we never used to be like this. Community spirit, pride, patriotism, those used to be watchwords here. And you know what? Our society was a lot poorer. People did not have the luxuries that we have nowadays. But they had something in it that caused them to care about their neighbor, about their neighborhood. Nowadays, it seems that our people have lost that, and we need to find a way. Perhaps we need to start, Madam Deputy Speaker, in our schools, particularly our primary schools. We need, when the child is driving and mommy or daddy throw the bottle out the window, for them to rebuke mommy and daddy and say, you should know better, shame them. Because we need to find a way to bring back our people on board with what is best in class and what is best in us. And so as I look at this bill, and I look at this authority that is being established, I'll say some more on that shortly. But I think that we need to emphasize far more the education. Education, education, education. We need to have programs in our schools. We have, for example, working with the Taiwanese, started the recycling program. And it is quite impressive how the schools have got on board, because you're now creating a framework within which people can participate. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think education is going to be critical if we're going to get the fruits from this legislation that I intended. But education alone is not going to do it. We also need enforcement. Because, as a young person reminded me at an event I attended yesterday, he said, even when people know things are wrong, sometimes they still do it. So they're educated enough to know that it's wrong, but they still do it. And I believe that the enforcement mechanisms need to happen. Now, I looked at the enforcement section, what I'm calling the enforcement section. I believe that is at section 11, subsection 5 of the copy that I have. And subsection 5 says, essentially, that if an abatement order is served and the person fails to comply, then basically the authority can send someone to do the work. So clean up the place, remove the trash, break down the building, whatever the situation may be. But it goes on to say, well, what about the cost of doing that? He said 1A, that is 11.5A, as a civil debt from the person in default. So the Crown may bring action, civil debt. But it is absolutely true, as we have all observed, a lot of these places either have no owner, no clear owner, or the owner is away. How then do you bring action, and against whom do you bring action? Then, it says by the Controller of Inland Revenue, at the time that the Controller of Inland Revenue collects property tax, that presupposes that the person is paying property tax. What I have realized is that a lot of people who care not enough about their properties are also people who are delinquent in relation to the payment of taxes. In fact, in Nevis, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have found that sometimes the only time the government could collect that property tax is when they're trying to sell the property, because they can't conclude a sale without the property taxes being paid. For years, sometimes, people don't pay property tax. In fact, I believe the property tax system in the country is what I would call a voluntary tax. If you don't want to pay it, you don't pay it. So if we want to confront this problem in a real, direct, and meaningful way, we want to have impact so that the country feels the impact of what the Parliament is trying to do today. Telling me that you're tacking on the amount of property tax is not going to cut it. Because if I'm in England, and my brother is in Germany, and my sister is in New York, and the whole family property is in Cairn, and none of us studying it, I can assure you, nobody caring about property tax. Inland Revenue could add on until the cows come home. What you want is the property cleaned up, and you want some kind of penalty. The honorable member on this side spoke about fines. I know that fines can be levied under other legislation. But since we're trying to consolidate, why not provide for some fines in this? I think it's a good suggestion that ought to be considered. Fine them. I was about to say and confine them, but let me leave that alone. But fine them. The biggest penalty for me, however, and one I think we ought not to shy away from, is the possibility of forfeiture of that property. People don't like to hear the word, and I recognize it would have to be a last resort. But what happens, for example, if the authority sees that a property is overgrown, a property is being used, criminal elements, a property is being used as a dumping ground, property is breeding mosquitoes and other vectors, rodents, all of the things that we are concerned about, health risks, national security risks. And the authority goes in June of 2024 and has that property cleaned. Well, rain falling every day, you know. And unless there is some measure by October of 2024, guess what? Property overgrown again. The authority goes and it cleans it again. Then January of 2025 comes, guess what? The property overgrown again. You see where I'm trying to get, Madam Deputy Speaker? We must be careful that we're not creating here a mechanism where the cleaning of the property really becomes now the responsibility of the state. And that we keep going in every 3-4 months and abating the nuisance, and then we go and we abate the nuisance again, and it just becomes a cycle. Because if I don't care enough about the property, I am not paying taxes, I am not paying any attention to the property, I say, well, let the government clear it. And I will tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, the reason I'm raising this particular argument is because in Nevis, my phone is constantly ringing from property owners who are telling us, send the government backhoe and thing to clean up around me. I am sure the experience over here in St. Kitts must be similar. I have a radio show, a lady called in the other night, she said, send the government backhoe I need around me clean up, because I don't know if people in the bushes hiding to harm me. So is the government now going to take on the responsibility of cleaning private property? Because unless we have teeth, unless we have some mechanism where we can say to property owners, listen, we're not making any joke, If you don't do what you're supposed to do, you can lose this property. The government can take it, sell it, lease it, do something with it. We have a situation, we have the what you call it, the NHC in St. Kitts, NHLDC in Nevis. The demand for housing far outstrips our ability to supply it. And you juxtapose the government struggling to find housing all across St. Kitts and Nevis to the reality that there's so many abandoned properties all across St. Kitts and Nevis. And you start to wonder, what might it be like if we had the authority to go into Newtown, go into McKnight, go up in Gingerland, and actually go in and fix up some of these places and make them available, particularly to low-income families who are looking for some place to rest their head. That, I think, is the kind of social engineering that we should be involved with. Because as much as I think we need more education, education is going to take time. And if we're going to depend on primary school students to grow up to be good adults who don't litter, then we're talking about a 15, 20-year exercise. What happens to St. Kitts and Nevis in the interim? We have a situation that all of us are familiar with the derelict cars. In September, I got a note that I believe it was either 74 or 76 cars had arrived at the port in Nevis. 1 month. I reached out to Customs. I said, help me to understand how many have come in so far for the year. They tell me over 600 into Nevis. Now let me be clear. That has nothing to do with TDC Hosfords and the main sellers of automobiles. These are cars coming out of Japan. So I said to them, well, what do you think we're going to get for the year? They said, probably about 800. 1 year. 800 vehicles. And as I said, that excludes those individuals who are probably buying something new, bringing it in, or the cars that you get from TDC and Hustle. By the time we get to VAT days, next week or the week after, another 100 going to sell locally. And I don't see the engineering, environmentally and otherwise, to deal with that reality. It's a touchy thing, Madam Deputy Speaker, because the minute we in here start to stand up and say, we want to limit people say you're against poor people. You don't want the poor man to get a chance. You have yours already. We understand what the arguments are going to be. But sometimes difficult situations demand that we take decisions, even if the benefit of those decisions is not immediately apparent, that over time, those decisions will become apparent. Because I tell you, when I look at some of the vehicles that are being brought in, their shelf life sometimes is less than 5 years. Nevis the other day had a ton load of BMWs. Every time you drive down the road, you see another BMW. And then I don't see them now. So you drive around now, the BMWs park up. Some on 3 stone, some on 4. Some park up on 2-wheel up on the sidewalk. And part of it we have to understand is that some of the major developed countries are dumping these products into the Caribbean. They want to get rid of them, so somebody say, oh, I get a BMW for $1,000 US. And so they buy it and they bring it. But the last a year, a fella gave me a joke the other day. He said one of them came in and the only gear in it that was working is reverse. So he had to back it off the boat because he can't go forward. So these things, Madam Deputy Speaker, become now a nuisance and become a problem. Because once they're brought in, and that is an individual decision, the government now, the state, has responsibility for how they're disposed of. And therein lies the disconnect. Because you can't tell a man what to bring. But when he brings it and it's no longer functional, it now becomes the state's responsibility to dispose of it. And that is why the member on this side spoke about the process that we have engaged in Nevis. And we hope to continue that process very shortly. That is of collecting, crushing, and exporting. But it is a problem, and we have to identify it, and our people need now to start to appreciate the extent of the problem. I want to say a quick word about the structure that is proposed. I thought when my friend on this side, my colleague, was speaking that he was reading my scribble, because I too think the proposed structure is unduly cumbersome. 10-member enforcement authority, 10-member, authority, which deals with enforcement, the issue of the abatement notice, etc. I believe that we could shrink that. It is too unwieldy, far too cumbersome. You want something that's lean, something that can move with some rapidity. Whenever I hear about boards and things with 10 and 12 and 15 members, to me that's a recipe for too much talk and too little action. I don't think you need more than 3 people on this authority. It's my honest view. 3 people. And you try now to move with some alacrity to get what needs to be done. That's a matter for the government. I recognize that, for example, these people are to be paid a stipend, a remuneration, etc. So it's going to come at a cost. So to me, if we can limit that. Now, the good member for St. Kitts 1, Deputy Prime Minister, he referred us to section 15, I believe it was. Am I correct in that? The appeals process. Hoping I have it. Yes. And he said that made him feel good. Well, that doesn't make me feel good. Because while I appreciate that there has to be a process in terms of somebody who is aggrieved having recourse, I just want the House and the public to recognize that what this bill proposes is that there's an authority. The authority takes a decision that some property is in need of some form of abatement, and then the owner of that property has a right to appeal to the magistrate's court. If it had stopped there, I could have said perhaps, well, okay. But one of the things that it says at section 15, subsection 3, where such an appeal is brought, the notice to which it relates shall be of no effect pending the determination or withdrawal of the appeal. What that means, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that once somebody appeals, everything stops until such time as that appeal is resolved. So if you have a rat infestation in a particular property, an abandoned property harboring criminals, where contraband and guns and criminal implements are being stored, the police come and say, listen, we need to deal with this. And the abatement notice is issued, and the owner says, I'm going to go to the magistrate's court. Nothing can happen until the magistrate deals with that matter. If the magistrate takes 6 months, takes a year. I have one matter I'm aware of in the magistrate's court right now in Nevis, and the individual involved has gone now 7 times. It has been adjourned 7 times and not yet resolved. So you realize now that the Parliament is saying, regardless of the urgency of the situation, once somebody appeals, everything comes to a halt. And so if that appeal takes 6 months, 8 months, that's it. But had it even stopped there, but it doesn't, because it goes on. At subsection 7 of section 15, where an appeal has been brought to the magistrate's court under this section, an appeal against the decision of the magistrate's court may be brought now to the High Court. So you see where I'm going with this, Madam Deputy Speaker? The authorities say there is a criminal enterprise happening in this abandoned building on the corner of this and that, this street and that street. It needs to be immediately abated. The owner said, no, I'm going to take it to the magistrate's court. The magistrate's court takes 6 months to resolve the matter. The owner loses in the magistrate's court. The owner says, well, I'm not stopping here, I'm going to the High Court. When we go to the High Court now, you understand. You're gone into a different type of court now, and that now gone from 6 months to 2 years. So unless we are somehow going to be able to guarantee that these matters will be dealt with within a particular space of time, which certainly we can't because we have no control over how quickly the court, as a separate branch of government, will hear a matter. I believe we are setting up seeds for failure, when in fact we should be pivoting in the other direction, trying to ensure that we can feel the impact of this legislation immediately. So this appeal process, it is well-intentioned. I understand it. But it is cumbersome in the extreme, and I predict that if it proceeds in the way that is being suggested, it will lead to gridlock. And anybody out there using the app that the Attorney General has just disclosed will ask how I could stop this. And off we go. So we need solutions that are workable, solutions that can fit. You know what I would do? I would take out the whole of section 15 out of the bill. You know why? Because the current law as it stands has provisions for judicial review of any action taken by any public figure. And since this, what's it referred to, counsel? Forgive me, the authority. Since the authority will be a public figure, then if they make a decision in relation to an abatement notice that somebody is afflicted by, then let them take judicial review. Let them go to the lawyer and go to the High Court. Don't tell them go to the magistrate and everything stop. And then from the magistrate they go to the High Court. And in the meantime, rain falling every day, the trees getting higher, and more garbage piling up. So I don't think you need to put into the bill, because there are mechanisms already available at law to deal with any action or decision taken by a public authority that you're displeased with. Judicial review. So I would actually remove Section 15 in its entirety. And I commend that course, because I think otherwise we will be creating some problems. I want to highlight just 2 or 3 other small points. In Nevis, we have seen examples where derelict properties, and sometimes they are occupied, but people who occupy them have mental health challenges. And so that provides a sort of wrinkle. How do you deal with that? Currently, it is silent as to how you deal with it. But if, for example, in an abandoned house or a house that is derelict, that somebody who's occupying that has some challenges, mental health issues is a common challenge. How do you address that in terms of enforcement, abatement, and all the things that we're trying to do? The second point I would raise, and on that one I don't have an answer, so I'm just raising it. Second point I would raise is in relation to situations where I may own a bit of property, what I would call undeveloped property. That is, I own a piece of land. I might be abroad, but I am conscientious. I pay my taxes and all of that. However, people in the neighborhood, unscrupulous individuals, are using my land for dumping illegally. How do you deal with that situation? Are you going to put that onus on me as the owner of the land when I have not contributed to dumping or the conditions there? Because it is not every situation where it's the owner. Sometimes it's third parties who are throwing garbage, rubbish, dumping fridge and stove, etc., on somebody else's land. But the current structure that is proposed only goes after the owner or occupier. And so suddenly, I find myself being held responsible legally for a situation that I did not create, I did not contribute to in any way. And so again, I think that that will need to be looked at. The last point I make is that I am fearful, Madam Deputy Speaker, that what we are trying to do, noble as it is, and lest I be misconstrued, I support what we are trying to do. I'm just making some observations to see if we can make it better. But we ought, as part of our education, let our people know that there is also what is referred to as a private tort of nuisance. There's some lawyers in the House, and they would know that there is such a thing called private nuisance, there's such a thing called public nuisance. Basically, while all of us have the right to property, you cannot, Madam Deputy Speaker, use your property in such a way that adversely affects my enjoyment of my property. So if you decide that you're going to channel your water so that it runs from your property and erodes mine, you are going to have a pig pen erected so that the scent coming from your property impacts me negatively. The example that we heard of the mango tree with the woodlice, that your mango tree is hanging over and creating woodlice and causing my roof to collapse. All of those can also be addressed through the legal system by hiring a lawyer and having it dealt with. I say that because, again, my phone rings often from citizens, from residents in Nevis, who say, oh, my neighbor doing this, that, and the other. The government must come and deal with it. Send health. Send solid waste. Send somebody to address it. And when I suggest to them sometimes, you know, you could get your lawyer to deal with it for you. I would really be curious to know how many cases in nuisance are brought to our courts, because it is available. And anybody out there listening to me, if your neighbor is keeping his or her premises in a way that affects your enjoyment of yours, you can take them to court. You don't need the government to do it for you. You can take them to court yourself. And for a lot of you out there who are parking your derelict vehicles or decide you're going to have a mechanic garage, but all the cars for your garage is parked up on the government road, then that, I think, creates a public nuisance. And again, action can be taken. I say that only because I don't want it to be perceived that the effort here today is to replace private efforts through the courts that individuals can also make to protect their property. What we must be trying to do is to augment and create, if you will, the areas for government intervention that are not covered or perhaps in situations where cannot be dealt with through the private law of nuisance. So I want to raise that because I think that we ought to, as part of the education, let our people know that there are options available to them to deal with neighbors, to deal with property owners whose unkempt properties affects their own enjoyment of their property. I say one last thing on enforcement. And that has to do with going back to the point made by my colleague here, good gentleman from Gingerland. And he talked about fines. Fella the other day shared with me that he never used to wear his seatbelt, even though the law requires it. One day the police stopped him and he said he got a ticket for $300. And he has never not worn his seatbelt since then, because he realizes now that it can cost him. And so that one ticket that he got made him now start to follow the law and wear his seatbelt. Sometimes, colleagues, Madam Deputy Speaker, members of the public, we need to ensure that what we're doing in here translates into action out there. And whilst we need more education, we also need our people to understand that there are consequences for their continued breach of the law, and frankly, in this scenario, breach of our norms of common decency and common human behavior. And so I would support this. I've raised some matters. I know that they're matters that may, Madam Deputy Speaker, require further thought on the part of the Attorney General if they are to be incorporated. But I think that the substance and the purpose of this bit of legislation should have unanimous support in this Honourable House. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Nevis 9. Any other presentation? I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
Grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just wanted to address a couple matters raised by the honourable members opposite. In relation to fines, the bill was contemplated to promote responsible land ownership. There are two options that go into that policy determination. One is punishment, which is fining, criminal sanction, and the other is what was chosen, which is rectification by the state at your expense. And that was the policy determination, and that is why this act excludes a fining mechanism. However, that does not mean when it is put into force, if the CBS authority deems it necessary and see that it's not effective in the promotion of land owning responsibility, then we can always come back and potentially introduce a fining mechanism or a ticketing mechanism within the bill, within an amendment of the act. But I want to point out that there is fining possibility by way of the public health nuisance regulations. So if there is a public health issue associated with a particular parcel of land, and the health officers determine that there is an issue of rats or issue of mosquitoes, they can actually bring criminal action against the landowner. This does not remove that power from the Ministry of Health. Also, the Environment Ministry, I think through the solid waste and as well through the litter wardens, can also issue tickets and fines for properties that are unkept in a certain way. So there are other mechanisms by which fines can be enforced against landowners. But the point was noted, and I believe that it is best, given the policy decision that has been taken by the government, to see how it works first, and then if adjustments are needed, it can be adjusted in relation to the fines. In relation to the question of service, the bill provides that if the owner of the property is known to be in the Federation, then a bailiff within the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs can serve that abatement notice personally. But if that person is not found or cannot be found or is known to reside outside of the jurisdiction, then there's a specific mechanism under 11.4b by which the abatement order and a sign with white background and red letters being no less than 4 square feet in size can be erected on the property. So there is a plan B if there is the inability of the bailiffs to find the actual owner of the property, or if the owner of the property is unknown. The resulting question as to what do you do when properties owners are unknown, you can still serve the abatement notice. You can still put the sign on the property. You can still abate. And then what happens, the Inland Revenue then comes in and they collaborate with the Department of Lands and Surveys. They can ask questions of persons in the neighborhood, and they can take certain decisions with respect to that land. The problem is, if they cannot find anyone owning the land, they then cannot assign it for tax purposes to any particular person. And that is an issue that we're going to have to resolve from the property tax perspective, not necessarily the CBS perspective. But eventually, what they can do is track the expenses or track the property tax for that particular property. And then in the event they find the owner, then they can attach that property tax to the owner's liability. And into the next question is, what do you do to enforce? Which was a question raised by an honorable member for Nevis 9. Under the Tax Administration and Procedures Act, the property tax that attaches to a property can be realized either by a civil suit. You can sue the person, get a judgment, and try to enforce it in any means you wish. Or by way of sale of the property by the controller of Inland Revenue. So if you are a person who gets an abatement notice and then gets one another 6 months after that, and another 6 months after that, the amount that builds up on the property tax could be realized by the state, either by suing you and recovering that money from you, or by putting that land up for auction or sale, which is effective, which could be the same effect as forfeiture, because the state can then potentially be a person who bids on the property. And then the property can be repurposed for a public park or for community housing or some other positive activity. And also, it can be purchased by a neighbor. So if it is an unsightly and unkept, a public health issue, then potentially a neighbor of the property could attend the auction and purchase the property. The state gets its property tax first from the proceeds of sale. And then if there's any proceeds of sale, it goes to the owner. And then the property can be utilized by the neighbor or repurposed by the state. In relation to illegal dumping, it is already illegal under our laws to dump, other than designated dumping areas, which is one, which is our, what is the proper name for it? Our landfill. So anybody who is found dumping on another person's property, and you see that happening, you can report that to the police, and criminal sanctions can be taken, and criminal action can be taken. In relation to the appeal process, I believe I'm convinced by the argument of the member for number 9. Because we did have that discussion a little earlier about this automatic stay that is proposed in the bill, which is you get your abatement notice, say you get it served in your hand, and you have 21 days to rectify. If you want to buy time, potentially, you can then file your magistrate's court summons, and there's an automatic stay. The state can no longer abate the issue. And potentially, the matter could be kicked down the road. The idea when we were drafting this bill was that the magistrate's court is an accessible judicial arena for most persons. And typically, matters are resolved in the magistrate's court quicker than they are in the high court. Because you can show up at the magistrate's court without a lawyer, and you could prepare your own summons, and you can file it and proceed to your matter. And typically, matters come up for first hearing within 2 to 3 weeks, within 3 to 6 weeks, and hopefully you could get the matter resolved. But if there are situations where there's an urgent need, for example, recently, Madam Speaker, sometimes a picture speaks 1,000 words. This is a Tech 9 Draco with 17.762 rounds of ammunition and 6 9mm rounds of ammunition recently found in an abandoned lot at Pricklepear Alley, Lower Pricklepear Alley. This, Madam Deputy Speaker, is an AK-47, I'm told, with 2 magazines and 33 rounds of .762 ammunition found in an abandoned lot at Newtown. So, Madam Speaker, in circumstances where abandoned lots, overgrown lots, derelict vehicles are used, or the police know them to be used for purposes such as this, then the potential owners of the land could delay the process. And that would be unfortunate. And that would defeat the purpose of one of the purposes why we're bringing this bill, because it is community, beautification, and safety. And the fact and the reality in our society right now is that there are people hiding weapons like this in derelict vehicles, abandoned lots, high grass, and other areas which are used to hide or to conceal these weapons of war. And I agree with the point, and I will consult with my colleagues if you would allow, Madam Deputy Speaker, with the point raised by the member for number 9, that we could be defeating the purpose of bringing this bill, which is to eliminate, well, not eliminate, but reduce the chance criminal actors have to hide those sorts of weapons if there was a process that could delay significantly the abatement. Because an abatement order is not issued immediately. There's a process. For instance, if a constituency empowerment officer goes into St. Johnson's Village and says, listen, I'm receiving lots of complaints from neighbors of this abandoned property. Half of the walls are falling down, it's overgrown, a tree is growing up in the middle of it. And I'm receiving complaints that persons are going in and out of that area, persons known to potentially be involved in criminal activity. And the constituency empowerment officer brings that to the ministry or to the authority. There still is a process before the abatement order is issued. And you don't want that time to be then added to the 21 days, to then be added to the time for an appeal to be determined, and you do not solve the problem within a reasonable time. So as I said, I am convinced, and I would ask for a very short adjournment, Madam Deputy Speaker, after the bill is wrapped up, to discuss very, very short with my colleagues that proposal.
When she wraps up,
Okay. Yes, if we could break for lunch before we move forward, I would then appreciate it, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, what you've heard from the persons debating today is that this is truly a timely and important piece of legislation. I have heard, when it was first tabled, rhetoric such that, oh, we have laws that are already there. But I think the mover of the bill put it correctly. Those laws were haphazard. Public health allowed fines, but not abatement. Development Control and Planning Board only dealt with amenities, things that look good. And solid waste only dealt with derelict vehicles. What we have done by this bill is consolidated and strategically aligned all of those areas within the Ministry of Sustainable Development and Environment to bring a one-stop shop to resolve this problem that, as you have heard today, Madam Speaker, is an issue we are suffering from in St. Kitts and in Nevis. And we're trying to find a solution to this fundamental issue. And this is what this bill does. It is not long, it is not complex, it is fair, it is straightforward. And I think it's easy for the people of this country to understand what we are doing, why we are doing it, and how it works from all of the debates that have already preceded me, Madam Speaker. So I hope that I have allayed the fears of my learned colleagues on the opposite side, and I intend to have dialogue in relation to the fundamental recommendation with respect to Section 15, Madam Deputy Speaker, during the lunch break. And with those words, I really do wish this important and culture-changing bill safe passage in this honorable House. May it please you.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. I now recognize the Honorable Senator Joy L. Clark, mover of the bill, to do her wrap-up.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think today is a great day. It demonstrates what parliamentary processes are when we are doing this for and on behalf of the people. I'm very pleased and satisfied with the contributions from both sides of this parliament, and very, very optimistic about the future for St. Kitts and Nevis as a sustainable island state, because, as was referenced, sustainability must be linked to cleanliness. If we talk and the people don't act in partnership with the government, then we might as well stop talking. I'm also moved by the reference from member for number 9 in terms of what is almost a national crisis. And it really was a humbling moment for me, because you have passion, you recognize the importance of keeping the environment clean, safe, healthy, but we forget that even the degradation in our environment can too be a national crisis, can also be a national crisis. So I'm really pleased that we're adding the seriousness that this bill deserves and this moment deserves, and look forward to taking the suggestions from the members opposite and improving the bill. Importantly, the authority that we want to establish must have authority, and I really do take that if it's too large, it kind of defeats the purpose. So we have to look at that and perhaps restructure the composition of the board in a way that the key representative from the Ministry of Sustainable Development, who serves in a variety of spaces, can be the representative for the number of departments that are represented here. So we will take that into consideration. Madam Speaker, I close this section of the debate by reinforcing the need for public education. Yes, we're going to work with the youngest amongst us so that in 15 years we do see a change. But for the adults here, it's time for us to take responsibility and full ownership for our environment, for our properties. I am so glad and so heartened when I realized that every single person in here gets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 phone calls about cleaning up property, about garbage, about a fallen tree, and all the messages we got Minister Henderson last week about the square is also heartening, because civic duty and civic responsibility is not dead in St. Kitts and Nevis. That's what it reminds me. So I send all the photos to all the persons who complain. I thank them for being our community vigilantes, looking for the criminals, because it is a criminal behavior to dump, to illegally dispose of waste, to keep your property in such a way that it's bothersome, problematic, and unsafe for the environment, for the community. So this is a step forward towards our Sustainable Island State agenda, which will serve not only us now, but future generations for St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, thank you.
You just want to recognize.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With your leave, I would request that we break for lunch, perhaps 45 minutes to, or 50 minutes to 3:30 p.m.
Okay, Honourable Members, we would rise for lunch, return at 3:30 p.m.
No matter where I go, no matter what I do, you're always on my mind. St. Kitts, I love you. Love you as my own. You are so dear to me. That's why you'll always be my home, sweet home. I love St. Kitts. You love St. Kitts. She loves St. Kitts. He loves St. Kitts. Long live St. Kitts. Viva St. Kitts. Viva! Viva! If you're born in this land, let us join hand in hand to save all the nation from the plague of gluttonous politicians. We have to let them know, say this can't get so. All for one, one for all. We cannot let our country fall over. St. Kitts, I love you. Love you all the time. No matter where I go, no matter what I do, you're always on my mind. St. Kitts, I love you. Love you as my own. You are so dear to me. That's why you'll always be my home, sweet home. I love St. Kitts. You love St. Kitts. She loves St. Kitts. He loves St. Kitts. Long live St. Kitts. Viva St. Kitts. Viva! Viva! Country above self. Let this be your motto. Members and friends, comrades, country above self.
This one is dedicated to my lovely little island, to the beautiful people. Love me. I love my country. Everybody talking about the country and how the native land is the best. But never ever let no foreigner fool thee. Some of them island is in a mess. And when they talk about democracy, peace and tranquility, not one of them islands could compete with we. God I'm proud of me native land, I'm proud to be division, and of now I can boast of no confusion. And every time I walk the streets of Queen City, I see Montrini and Guyanese. I never thought I would live to see foreigners migrate to my country. God bless our country, bless our native land. Grant us that courage to change the things we can, to keep progress in our land. We call it the land of our birth, paradise here on earth. It's the opinion of the experts.
stability and a good tourist destination. So when them other islands revel in confusion, we don't bear no grudge, we don't bear envy. Even when we have election, we abstain from confusion. Peace does prevail in Queen City. And when them tourists come for vacation, man, they always compliment we. Other people so free and so friendly, so friendly, in a land of natural beauty. God bless our country, bless our native land. Grant us that courage to change the things we can, to keep progress in our land. We call it the land of our birth, a paradise here on earth. It's the opinion of the expert, a paradise here on earth. But Neve is nice, 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 Neve is nice. Natural beauty, the air so clean. We're the queen of the Caribbean. Neve, jump, let me hear you scream. We're the queen of the Caribbean. Forward. Take it. I love me country. I feel so free. Yeah. In a complex world of constant changes, we kept the good things we always had, like loving the people that represent us, here in our home and even abroad. Many nations sit idly by, watch the heroes suffer and die, but we give our heroes respect and recognition. No small wonder we're at the top, and we proudly carry the torch as the guiding light for those conquered by division. I say to my sister island St. Kitts, now that you have accomplished that change, take example and follow me. Be like me, and we can share the same destiny. God bless our country, bless our native land. Grant us that courage to change the things we can, to keep progress in our land. We call it the land of our birth, a paradise here on earth. I know to some the truth can hurt, a paradise here on earth. Cause Neve is nice, 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 Neve is nice. Natural beauty, the air so clean. We're the queen of the Caribbean. I feel so proud, man, I want to scream. We're the queen of the Caribbean. Forward. Take it. Give me.
This song is dedicated to my country, land of my birth, Nevis. miles of sheer beauty, 8,000 people and friendly. They call it the Queen of the Caribbean, a country proud to call me home, a land that I love right to me bone. Just in case you miss, I'm talking about Nevis. We don't have no jet strip, I know, and we hospital have a long way to go. We don't have much industry here, yet there is still a lot for which we could share. We don't have war like the Middle East. In Little Nevis we live in peace, and we crime rate, brother, is way below zero. That is why I love me country so. I'll always hold you close to my heart, Little Nevis. I always think of you from the start, Little Nevis. You gave me 34 years of fun, Little Nevis. You fed and clothed me since I was born. I will never leave, for my heart would grieve, 'cause I love me country, brother, I love this country, and I intend to fight for everything that it's worth, for this land of my birth. Peace, love and harmony, Little Queen City. With a mountain smack in the center, a perfect view from all over. Oh, land of beauty is what they call my country, rich in talent and folklore, education and much more. We shine like the morning star in the Caribbean, brother. We don't have no highways, I know, and we one main road needs repairing also. We don't have plenty millionaire, still love and harmony fill the atmosphere. We don't have tribes like South Africa, or starvation like Somalia, and we don't have coup d'etat like Grenada and Trinbago. That is why I love me country so. I'll always hold you close to my heart, Little Nevis. I always think of you from the start, Little Nevis. You gave me 34 years of fun, Little Nevis. You fed and clothed me since I was born. I will never leave, for my heart would grieve, 'cause I love me country, brother, I love this country, and I intend to fight for everything that it's worth, for this land of my birth. If you feel like I do, sing along with me. Though we have little resources, the way we live is impressive. All around the country, people live in luxury. Though we argue all around town, we have no shooting, no burning down. You could walk late at night or in the broad daylight. We don't have to live in fear of no kind of guerrilla warfare. No communism, no terrorists. No pure democracy with little Nevis. We're the only place in the Caribbean where true freedom is ever seen. In the outside world, they're scared of tomorrow. That is why I love me country so. I'll always hold you close to my heart, Little Nevis. I'll always think of you from the start, Little Nevis. You gave me 34 years of fun, Little Nevis. You fed and clothed me since I was born. I will never leave, for my heart would grieve. Cause I love me country, brother, I love this country. And I intend to fight for everything that it's worth, for this land of my birth.
Should all acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should all acquaintance be forgot on days of old lang syne? Happy New Year! Should all acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should all acquaintance be forgot and days of old lang syne? In days of old lang
time of year. It's the time I regret that you're not here. I've cried each night since you've been gone. I missed what once was mine, and most of all, I miss you, dear, at Christmas time. Now lovers meet and walk the street, happy and gay. It's fun and joy, girls and boys along the way. But I'll be blue thinking of you, with memories that won't resign. Please depart for home, sweetheart. It's Christmas time. Won't you come back, my love? Spend Christmas with me. You will be a special key. Please come back and see. I need you. I need you. I need you. I need you. This time, Christmas time. How I missed you and long to hold you, because you're mine. How I missed you and long to hold you, because you're mine. Baby, baby, I missed you and long to hold you, because you're mine. Baby, baby, I missed you and long to hold you, 'cause you are mine.
you're jamming, jamming, jamming. You know what time it is?
planning for Bacchanal. Man, woman, and child masquerading, brass band and steel band, jamming, string band and bitch and beating everywhere. Man running to catch up the steel band, G.I.'s coming down with Daniel Band, Mastill rioting Mastill. And we going down 4th Street like we crazy. The music so sweet, we gone mad. And anybody who try to stop, we gon' be Bacchanal. We going on bad. Bounce them, oh Lord, jam them, oh Lord, beat them, oh Lord, oh Lord. Smash them, oh Lord, mash them, oh Lord, trash them, oh Lord, oh Lord. 20 bulls coming down from Charlestown. Long line of Woosie leading the clown. Maka jumping coming across the street. 10 feet tall, knocking with wooden feet. Nigga pigeons playing across the road. Daddy with a notice, monkey comes in the hand, bear on the belly, barrow in front to carry heavy load. And we going down 4th Street like we crazy. The music so sweet, we gone mad. And anybody who try to stop it, we gon' be Bacchanal. We going on bad. Bounce them, oh Lord, jump them, oh Lord, beat them, oh Lord, oh Lord. Mash them, oh Lord, trash them, oh Lord, smash them, oh Lord, oh Lord. Zebra playing mass with a baseball bat. Bobby in the yard with a floppy hat. Maple leaf and Coca-Cola, beating music sweet like sugar. Said I said on the air with iron hand. Murder in the pan, we smoke it, fight like hell. Sister Josie, the TV child and the wrong and way the band. And we going down 4th Street like we crazy. The music so sweet, we gone mad. And anybody who try to stop it, will be Bacchanal. We going on bad, they're bad. Them, oh Lord, jump them, oh Lord, beat them, oh Lord, oh Lord. Squash them, oh Lord, mash them, oh Lord, jump them, oh Lord, oh Lord. Yankee fans flying from New York State. coming to participate. They bringing me young man, the big fat one from Donga. I love she sexy walks and she 10 gold teeth in she mouth. Monkey from a Leroy, Van Love coming down from Toronto. Trouble with the white woman that they're bringing out. And we going down 4th Street like we crazy. The music so sweet, we gone mad. And anybody who try to stop it, will be bacchanal. We going on bad, real bad. To bounce them, oh Lord. To jump them, oh Lord. Beat them, oh Lord, oh Lord. I mean, oh Lord. You're tight, oh Lord. You're donkey, oh Lord, oh Lord.
It's a very cold reminder. It's Christmas time again, and I'm thinking of you. Oh, I miss you, and the things we always share. How I wish that I was there, close to you. I'm sure that Christmas here is beautiful, but home with you it's much better, so much better. Baby, as I reach out for your picture, taking beauty in a frame to hold it close to me. It gets better, but could never be the same if I could hear you call my name when you're coming to me. The fireplace and coats can keep me warm, but in your arms I feel better, so much better. I wish I could be home for Christmas time with you. I wish I could be home for Christmas time with you. I wanna hold you in my arms for Christmas, share my love with you for Christmas. If there's somehow for the season wishes can come true, I'm wishing I was home with you. Wishing I was home for Christmas. Chestnuts and Christmas trees, children in the snow, bright stars and Christmas bells, but still I miss you so. Still I miss you so. I wish I could be home for Christmas time with you. I wish I could be home for Christmas time with you. I wanna hold you in my arms for Christmas, share my love with you for Christmas. If there's somehow for the season wishes can come true, I'm wishing I was home with you. Oh, I wish I could be home for Christmas time with you. I'm wishing I was home for Christmas time with you. I wanna hold you in my arms for Christmas. I wanna share my love with you. And if somehow for the season wishes can come true, I wish that I was home with you. Yeah, I wish I could be home for Christmas. Oh, I wish that I was home for Christmas, baby, baby. I wanna hold you in my arms. I wanna share my love with you.
Good afternoon. House resumes. The question is that the bill entitled Community Beautification and Safety Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to provide for the establishment of a Community Beautification and Safety Authority to manage the prevention, detection, and abatement of overgrown lots of land, unsightly structures, public safety risks, public health nuisances, and derelict vehicles, and to provide for incidental or related matters, otherwise known as the Community Beautification and Safety Bill 2024.
The bill entitled Community Beautification and Safety Bill 2024 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage. Proceed.
Clause 1.
The question is that Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Yes, Madam Speaker, there's a recommendation that in Clause 2, we insert the definition of the expression derelict vehicle. To read, derelict vehicle means a motor vehicle that is abandoned or discarded is stored or kept in a public place in such a dilapidated condition that it cannot safely be used for the purposes of transportation, or in its location detracts from the quality of the amenities enjoyed by a person who owns property in or near where the vehicle is located, constitutes a nuisance in law, or is otherwise a hazard to human health or the environment.
The question is that the proposed amendments to Clause 2 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
The question is...
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to, Madam Chair, I wish to correct the spelling of unkept by removing the M so that it reads unkept, U-N-K-E-P-T.
The question is that the proposed amendment to Clause 3 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 4 and 5.
The question is that Clauses 4 and 5 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
Madam Chair, it's proposed that Clause 6 be amended by deleting paragraphs C, D, E, F, and H, and renumbering accordingly.
The question...
C, D, E, F, and H. Here it was placed.
The question is that the proposed amendment to Clause 6 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Madam Chair, it's proposed that in Clause 7, subsection 4, be replaced to read, either the chairperson or the deputy chairperson may chair a constituted meeting, and the secretary shall record and maintain a log of all minutes and decisions of a meeting.
The question is that the proposed amendments to Clause 7 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Madam Chair, it's proposed that in Clause 8.1, replace the expression managing with the expression coordinating the efforts of ministries and government agencies for managing.
The question is that the proposed amendments to Clause 8 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 9 and 10.
The question is that Clauses 9 and 10 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
The question...
Madam Chair, it's proposed that Clause 11, subsection 2, subsection E, be replaced with the action that is required to be taken by the occupier and the action to be taken by the owner, where the authority is aware that the occupier of the land to which an abatement order relates is not the owner, and authority should have a capital A.
The question is that the proposed amendment to Clause 11, subsection 2, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 12 through 16.
The question...
Madam Chair, it's proposed that Clause 15 be deleted in its entirety and that the remaining Clause 16 be renumbered to be 15.
The question is that the proposed amendment to Section 15 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
(12 through 15).
So the question is that clauses 12 to 15 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Schedules 1, 2, and 3.
The question is that Schedule 1, 2, and 3 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House resumes. I recognize the Honorable Senator Joel Clark.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the bill shortly entitled the Community Beautification and Safety Bill 2024 has passed through committee stage with amendments. Madam Speaker, I now move that the bill shortly entitled Community Beautification and Safety Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed.
The question is that the bill, I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 1.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. The question is that the bill entitled Community Beautification and Safety Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to provide for the establishment of a community beautification and safety authority to manage the prevention, detection, and abatement of overgrown lots of land, unsightly structures, public safety risks, public health nuisances, and derelict vehicles, and to provide for incidental or related matters, otherwise known as the Community Beautification and Safety Bill 2024.
The bill entitled Community Beautification and Safety Bill 2024 has been read a third time and passed into law. Next bill. I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Bill shortly entitled Aspire Bill 2024. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill was read for the first time on 8 November 2024. Madam Speaker, the Aspire program, it's a revolutionary program that the goal is, it was transform the lives of the young people of St. Kitts and Nevis, and by extension, of course, the families who would be so positively impacted. Let me say that I just came from the Cable, where there is a process of registering persons for the Aspire program is fully underway, and I want to really thank the Cable for stepping up to the plate and fulfilling its national duty in enhancing this program through its lending hand of getting persons registered. To date, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, since we put this into full action, I can say that of today, November 28, 9:45 a.m. from the dashboard, we had 2,518 total applicants. The numbers have been growing exponentially, Madam Deputy Speaker. And so I want to take this opportunity to ask parents, guardians, to get their children, or those under their care, to be registered for this program. Madam Speaker, ASPIRE stands for Achieving Success Through Personal Investment, Resources, and Education. A program that is well thought out, Madam Speaker. And just to give some quick facts about the program, let me say that the ASPIRE program, as I just mentioned what the acronym stands for, the mission is to empower the youth of St. Kitts and Nevis with financial literacy, savings and investment opportunities, fostering economic independence and long-term success. And let me add, Madam Deputy Speaker, that entrepreneurship would be a part of this program as well. Yes. The target group, young people, Madam Speaker, from ages 5 to 18 who are residing in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. What are the key benefits? Financial empowerment. $500 will be as cash savings deposited in the National Bank of St. Kitts and Nevis. Another $500 will be used for investments in shares in the National Bank and the cable at this particular moment, and we are looking at forming more companies so that persons can have the opportunity to invest wider. It is for another benefit, financial literacy education, Madam Speaker, comprehensive curriculum covering. So curriculum has been put together. That curriculum will be comprised of budgeting. How do you budget, Madam Speaker? Savings, principles around saving and the importance of saving. Investing, Madam Speaker, so that our people can understand the concept of investing, but not only understand the concept, but invest themselves. And entrepreneurship, as I mentioned before, and this will be delivered through schools and other community institutions. Another key benefit, nation building. This seeks to instill a culture of financial responsibility and prudence from an early age and prepares youth to actively contribute to the nation's economic growth, and of course, their own economic growth, their family, their community, and by extension, the nation. Madam Deputy Speaker. What are the program goals? To enhance financial literacy among our people, cultivate habits of savings, investing, and entrepreneurial activities. This would also position young citizens as active participants in national development, and it would encourage long-term wealth accumulation and economic security, Madam Deputy Speaker. The ASPIRE Fund and Management, this fund established to manage savings, investments, and financial education. It would have those aspects to it. Resources generated from parliamentary appropriations, grants, donations, and other approved sources, Madam Deputy Speaker. There will be a council, as can be seen, and we'll get into that. A governing body, this is the council, responsible for the program's implementation, oversight, and impact assessment, and comprise representatives from government, financial institutions, and youth organizations. Continuing, Aspire Day is a day that would be recognized both in St. Kitts and Nevis. In St. Kitts, it will be November 29th. That is tomorrow, 2 to 5 p.m. at Independence Square, Bastille. in Nevis, December 6, 2024, from 2 to 5 p.m. It was earmarked to be at the Independence Square, Charlestown, but there might be a conflict, and therefore an appropriate venue will be found. But the dates, the date and time, those would not change. The activities on Aspire Day would be on the spot sign-up assistance. You'll have live music, games, prizes, informational booths by key stakeholders, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the critical points of advocacy is inclusivity and equity, ensures all youth, regardless of socioeconomic background, gain access to financial tools and opportunities. Sustainability encourages long-term or lifelong financial habits, creating a ripple effect for families and communities. We expect there will be a national impact as this strengthens the foundation for a knowledge-based economy and aligns with government goals of achieving a sustainable island state. Madam Deputy Speaker, the immediate benefits will be participants earn interest and savings immediately, building wealth from an early age, and will also be able to derive dividends from their investment. Madam Deputy Speaker, the website and resources. Website, aspire.gov.kn. I see the AG has a nice screen in here. I wonder if that screen can be used. And the email is aspire@gov.kn. I wonder if the technical people can bring that up for me. I hear you all have new equipment and all sorts of things in here. Can we put them to use? All right, I get a thumbs up. So website, aspire.gov.kn, email, aspire@gov.kn, and contact number 1-869-667-5566. So I wanted to bring those quick facts, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the people of this country. We have a task force that is functioning presently, Madam Deputy Speaker. A task force that has been at work for possibly over a year. And that task force is comprised of persons from different areas. There we have it, Madam Deputy Speaker. I told you they have new equipment and they are using it. Aspire. Welcome to Aspire, so persons can visit the site. Of course, and from the comfort of your home, you can register for Aspire and get your child on a good financial pathway. And that task force, Madam Deputy Speaker, is made of persons from government institutions such as the Central Bank, from the Bankers Association, Credit Union Association, youth groups, and so forth. Why do I say that? It's to show that Aspire is not a fly-by-night type of program. It is well thought out with persons who are from credible institutions who have helped to put this vision together for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Deputy Speaker, why such a program? This program Aspire exists here in St. Kitts and Nevis universally. That means every child from 5 to 18 is qualified. There is no other question that is asked except those basic questions, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the parents, of course, our guardians, are responsible for registering their child. I said this program exists in St. Kitts and Nevis universally. In other jurisdictions, we would find that those who are most privileged from a very early age, because of their privileged situation, their parents can open up bank accounts for them and give them shares in all of the companies where they have shares. And so even before they are adults, they are already building their wealth and their economic foundation. However, for those who come from homes where the parents or guardians are not able to help them to establish from an early age the opportunity to open a bank account or the opportunity to invest in a company, they are generally left behind. And that is why it is said the rich get richer, and it seems like the poor gets poorer. But a lot of times it can be relative, of course, where everybody goes up, but one goes up exponentially while the other creeps up. And so you go from one generation to the next generation to the next generation, and it seems like it's difficult to get persons to really advance and to get persons on a pathway of economic advancement and to build their wealth. Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, if we look at our history, a history of a subjugated people fundamentally deprived of economic resources and financial resources. So gaining financial resources is not just about being rich or wanting a lot of money. It is about economic freedom as well. Freedom is tied to it, because we all know he who controls the purse controls a lot of other things, Madam Deputy Speaker. And so when one thinks of economic advancement, it is not just to do it in a vain way, but really to have more freedom, and we say economic freedom. Madam Speaker, for those years of subjugation and colonialization and so forth, the majority of our people were deprived of the opportunities. It's as if there were those who were endowed from God and those who were cursed by the devil. But of course that was not the case. It was because some were oppressed and some benefited from the oppression. And so that is why there was a fight from since even before slavery, when the first Europeans came to the Federation, that the objective then was, how do you subject one group and how does another group really flourish and expand their economic empire. That is exactly what it was all about. Traveling from Europe, going out to other places, subjugating populations so that one set can advance themselves and the other set would remain subjugated. To the point here in St. Kitts and Nevis where they were annihilated. That did not suffice, and we all know the story that you had to go to West Africa and bring over people who would be resilient to the culture, well, at least the climate and environment here in the Caribbean. And again, they were subjugated and deprived of the opportunities. The fight for emancipation, the fight for independence, statehood, independence, and that is where we are now, Madam Deputy Speaker. But now we have to take it a step further. We are taught in the Caribbean, and especially in homes of black people in the Western Hemisphere, that money is the root of all evil. But a pastor corrected that for me. He said it's not the money, he says the love of money is the root of evil. And so, from an early age, it's almost you are being taught not to understand money, not to work with money, because if you get too close to money, you might end up in hell. And the next place from the Bible that they taught us, Madam Speaker, that it's easier for the camel to go through the eye of a needle than a rich man to go to heaven.
Praise the Lord.
They have taught us those things, Madam Speaker. And so those who think that they have to be spiritual would think, boy, I can't really build wealth and get associated with money because a camel can go through the eye of an eagle, which is almost impossible. So how can I get into heaven if I were to build? Madam Speaker, those things have permeated our culture. Of course, there were misrepresentations and misunderstandings of the book, the great book, the good book, Madam Speaker. And for a very long time, our people did not understand how to relate to building an economic foundation and wealth. Then past that stage, the other thing that was said to us, if you want to advance yourself, get a good education and get a job, Madam Speaker. Listen to it. Get an education and get a job. And when you get a job, you save some money from the job and hope for an okay retirement. Madam Speaker, there's nothing fundamentally wrong with that. But that is only half of the story, Madam Speaker. Because while we are being told that you get an education to get a job, to get a pay, to improve your lives, others are being taught you don't just get a job, you create jobs and have others work for you, Madam Speaker. Those are who understand money, financial systems, and what it means to be economic independent. And so we have to take it a step further, Madam Speaker, that we're going to say to our young people that we want you to become educated. But we don't just want you to work for somebody, we want you to create jobs as well. And persons can work for you as well, you treat them fairly. But then that takes you to the next level. There's another part in the Bible that says, again misinterpreted, Madam Speaker, we have to go to the Bible because we are a Christian society, so that we can dispel a lot of the misunderstandings. And I'm sure the pastor here, member from number 1, can help me. And then we have the pastor by osmosis.
No, by genes.
By genes.
Yeah.
Okay. The Honorable Aislinn Phillip. And Deaconess is here as well. And I'm sure we have a few on the other side too, you know. A Lerida. Over there at the side. So on both sides of the aisle. And a part in the Bible I might need some help with this one. Where it says, I think it was 2 brothers. One was Ishmael and the other was someone else. And one was supposed to be the carrier of wood and the drawer of water for the other one. And we were told that is why we ended up in a subjugated position, Madam Speaker. We were taught that. And so some people thought it was our birthright to be subjugated and to be struggling all the time. And that was a misinterpretation, but I would not say a misinterpretation. It was actually taught, because that is how you make a slave, Madam Speaker. This thing is psychological. This thing, there's a man, Willie Lynch. Have you all ever heard about Willie Lynch? Mm-hmm. Willie Lynch was a Caribbean slaver and a psychologist who came up with the method of how to make a slave. And part of it was to use scripture to settle the slaves that it was ordained by God for you to be a slave. And therefore, they should be rich because they are endowed with some specialness from God, and you are not endowed with it, so therefore you must draw the water and carry the wood and always remain subjugated, Madam Speaker. Hence, the whole structure of the financial architecture of the world is that the darker you are, the less resources you have. It was deliberate, Madam Speaker. A deliberate action. To the point where the UN did a study and found that people of African descent were deprived, subjugated, and oppressed, even today in 2024. So therefore, we have to find ways, Madam Speaker, of correcting this historical wrong, because it's getting worse, Madam Speaker. part of the world, they're now moving on to artificial intelligence. Exponential growth in education, information, Madam Speaker, while others are deprived. And they've also gone now, Madam Speaker, where the best, and I'll put it in simple terms, gene modification has started. Where now they are tampering with the genes to create superhumans. These are things we don't know. Because this knowledge is not available, but is a next step in a direction to create one superior, another inferior in their eyes. And it means that those of the darker hue should always remain subjugated. Madam Speaker, this is serious, it's systemic, it's systematic. It is not by accident, it is deliberate, Madam Speaker. Just go to the United Nations and ask why they declared a whole decade for people of African descent. And why CARICOM, and specifically the Prime Minister of Barbados, has asked that there be another decade dedicated to people of African descent because of the gap. And fundamentally, the gap in wealth and wealth creation. Because we have not learned yet what money is as a people and how to handle money as a people. That knowledge is obscure, Madam Speaker. It is so bad in the Eastern Caribbean that 1 in 25 people in the Eastern Caribbean has shares in any company, period. So if you have 1 in 25, what percentage is that? Member from number 3? 4%. The lawyer knows it.
He's a money man.
Oh, he's a money man. well, he learned a long time there. 4% of the population of the OECS has shares in anything, according to the data from the central bank. So it means, therefore, that if it's only 4% of the people in the OECS, and in St. Kitts the number is also very dismal, well, how would our people lift themselves up? How is it possible? Madam Speaker, are we going to just depend on a salary alone? There's no government anywhere in the world can pay people enough to build a financial foundation to make them economically independent. Systems in Europe understand this. The United States understands this. Canada understands this. Australia understands this. And that is why the people, while they work and do all the other things they have to do, most of them own shares in companies, Madam Speaker. So they make passive money. While they're sleeping, their money is working for them. That is why they're on the stock market. They understand the stock market. This new thing come on the stock market, put some money there. In the next 6 months, it's going to go so much. You invest $1, it's $200 next week. We don't understand those concepts. We hear about Bitcoin, almost $100,000. That was just $7,000 something in 2020, and now almost $100,000. How many people in our country have any Bitcoins? Understand, boy, when it's cheap, get some. When it go up, I'm going to be a millionaire overnight. How many of us even participated in that, Madam Speaker? Hardly any of us, even the very educated among us, don't participate. Because if I do a survey in here right now, I can count on my hands how many persons in here own shares, Madam Speaker. Because it's not part of who we are. It's not part of our culture. Our culture is go to school or learn a trade, get a job, which is good. All these things are good. And get paid. And then you work and hopefully you got a savings there and a pension there. That is just going to keep you going, Madam Speaker, but it's not going to allow you to break the bonds of financial constraint. You do that, by becoming entrepreneur. You do that by investing. You do that by understanding money. Because when you understand it, you can put it to work for you, Madam Speaker. So with the Aspire program, as much as the children will be getting money to invest and money to save, I propose today that the strongest point will be the educational aspect of it. Because when you teach them from 5 years old up to 18 years old, there's a saying that says, a brain enlightened can never go back. Can never go back. Once they become enlightened, they cannot go back, Madam Deputy Speaker. And so this program is to transform the next generation. Just like when we went from no education to primary school education, and our first national hero, leader of the great St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, brought comprehensive secondary education and eliminated common entrance. And so every child in St. Kitts and Nevis between 5 and 16 has a right to an education. At the time when he did it, back in the 1960s, he was called all sorts of names. Or he mixing them black people with them rich people. And we heard the stories of people taking their children because they didn't want the black child from Monkey Hill to mix with their child when they come town. That was part of our history. But he made the decision in 1967, or around there, in the 1960s. And as a result of that, St. Kitts and Nevis is considered one of the most educated countries on earth. Because we have been exposed to secondary education for all those years. You all know they have common entrance in other countries in the Caribbean still? Mm-hmm. Still have common entrance. But in St. Kitts and Nevis, because of that, since in the 1960s, we have a right to secondary education. And that is why this party went further, Madam Speaker, and extended that right to college. Because we understand that education has to be as accessible as possible. The difference between an animal and a human being, fundamentally, on this level, is access to knowledge and education. One of the most despicable sights to see, Madam Speaker, which hurts, is when you have a human being who has not been exposed to education of any kind. And therefore, in this country, we have to continue to make education accessible so that people can have the opportunity to become their full selves and have their full potential be displayed, Madam Speaker, or be reached. Madam Speaker, and therefore I want to say that we have gone from all of those stages to this stage where we want our young people now to get that solid financial, entrepreneurial, investment and all these type of education so that it becomes a part of them, Madam Speaker. Not that they have to migrate to it, because migration to anything takes time and more effort. But if it is a part of them, they grow with it, it becomes part of their DNA, they do it automatically. Or the interpreter, I'll take my time. For example, if you go to certain parts of the world, you will just go to this society and you'll realize everybody there understands money, how it works, investment, business. And the culture is a separate culture as a result of that, or a different culture as a result of that. And we have not reached that stage yet, Madam Deputy Speaker. And therefore, this aims to take us to that next level. Because, again, we have to understand if we don't get to that next level, the economic freedom, the financial freedom that we seek, it will not happen, Madam Deputy Speaker. We have to engage in these other activities to take us to that next level. I want everybody in St. Kitts and Nevis to own shares in something, because you understand what that means. You're going to invest in that. So while you're working and you're getting your salary and you're saving, you invest in a company somewhere so that you can see the dividends and you can actually pass those shares to the next generation. Pass it on. You don't have to cash them out. You can get the dividend from them and do other things with that, more investments, businesses, whatever you want to do, but you can actually pass that wealth on to the next generation, Madam Deputy Speaker. How much of us in St. Kitts and Nevis that when we pass on, we leave shares in companies for those who we left behind? Hardly any of us, Madam Speaker. I can say it's definitely less than 4%. That again tells us that if we continue to treat money, if we continue not to understand money, we will continue to be oppressed by those who understand it, who treat it well, and who derive the benefits that are to be derived. Madam Speaker, this is taking it to the next level. And therefore, I want to encourage our parents, encourage our people to get our people to invest. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is why the program, as we say in St. Kitts and Nevis, in our watch no face. Now watch no face. We ain't care if the child come from a PAM house, a PLP house, a CCM house, a NRP house, or a St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party house. That is not important in the grand scheme of things, Madam Speaker. What is important is that child is living in this federation, Madam Speaker. And therefore, that is the only criteria. And you can apply for this. A citizen of this country, Madam Deputy Speaker. That is what we are looking at. And so I had the opportunity to go to the cable today, as I mentioned in my opening, and I see the parents there, and they're being helped by the staff of the cable to input their information, Madam Speaker, getting sign up and changing forever the lives and trajectory of their young ones. They will always remember where they learn investments from. And you will see them, after about 5 years and they understand the concept, they will go on the tablet that the Minister of Education has provided, and they are going to look at companies all over the world and say to the parents, this is a company you need to invest in. They can understand those things. Those things are not hard things to understand. It is just that it is not part of our educational system, Madam Speaker. And when I say educational system, I'm not just talking about a formal educational system. I'm talking about even informal, meaning at home, in the house, they're not hearing these things. And so we hope that the education that they glean from this program, that they would use that to even influence their parents, Madam Speaker. Influence their parents to also learn about money and how to manage money and how to use money. We're hoping that they can teach them to budget, how to invest, how to save. So you want the child to say, you go to the supermarket, Madam Speaker, this cost, this cost, that the child can do a calculation, help the parent to make the best decision at the point of sale. This is the type of culture that we need to be fostering. And I want to say clearly, there is no other country in the Western Hemisphere with a program like this. It's universal. None. This is what I call a trend setter, preparing our people to really be the leaders in the region. As they say, we're small, but we tolerate. Our size is not a limiting factor. It doesn't matter how large you are, but how much you can apply yourself, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to see other countries adopt something like this, or adopt something like this, rather, so that their young people can also understand. Because the more people understand, is the more humanity on a whole will benefit. One does not have to benefit at the expense of the other. It doesn't have to be that you have to oppress one, that you move up and the other moves down. It is that we can move together, Madam Deputy Speaker. That is the goal. So it should never be thought of in that way, that you go up and I come down. There's enough room for all of us, Madam Deputy Speaker. And so if we were to adopt this, we will see a lot of more innovation and entrepreneurial activity, which will benefit all of us in the long run. Madam Deputy Speaker, for example, let's look at Bill Gates, for example, and you look at his trajectory. He had access and exposure to computers at a young age. He discovered his passion. He started to tamper with them, as we say in St. Kitts and Nevis. He mashed up a few. Because sometimes you have to fail to win. And because of that exposure and that fostering from the family, he was able to become a master at the computer. There was nothing extra. You don't want to take anything away from him. But if you have people in St. Kitts and Nevis or young people who would be exposed to such, they can develop themselves to those levels as well, Madam Deputy Speaker. Look at all of them. Some of them tell you, well, when I graduated, my father gave me $150,000. And they put it to use. But at least they had a father or mother who gave them $150,000. A lot of people in St. Kitts have to turn around and work to help their parents, which is a noble thing to do. But just to show you the difference. So while they are stepping out, you have to go back to pull forward. So they're already ahead of you. And that is why it says the rich get richer, and it seems like the poor getting poorer. And every now and then, somebody who is not so privileged will excel, and we might admire them, which is a good thing to do. But what about those who don't excel? Where do they go? Where do they end up? They too should have a chance. And that is why we are saying that by the time these children graduated, they're not looking towards their parents because the parents may not be in a position to push them forward. They will be in a position to say, I have this and I have knowledge and now we're going forward. So you're propelling them forward, you're pushing them forward so that they don't have to go back to come forward, but they can continue going forward, Madam Speaker, so that they don't get left behind. That is part of the reason for Aspire. And so I want us to take this extremely seriously. I'm very, very proud of this. I want to thank my colleagues for their full support on this. I want to thank the CAPSEC who has taken this on and has been leading the task force with an excellent team to get this together. It took a lot of work. Put your hands, yes. Every household in St. Kitts and Nevis will be affected. Every single one in St. Kitts and Nevis, in a positive way. It took a lot of work, long days, long nights, getting the educational piece together, testing it in schools to see, age-appropriate financial education and all that goes with it. It took time to get the legislation right that is being presented today. It took time to get the team together. It took time to get the website up. It took time to get people registered. And it's taking time, Madam Deputy Speaker. But it's getting there, it's off. And it has started and it can't go back. And that is why I even want to ask the members opposite to support something like this. Because a lot of people in their constituency is going to benefit as well. And some of them who have children, or some of us who have children, well, I don't have any child who might benefit. Yeah. But I think... Yeah. Huh? I think the Honorable Samuel has. The Honorable God has. Honorable Marsha Henderson has. Honorable Conwys Maynard has. Ah. I like that. In time, soon. Soon. In time to come. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I look around here and I see the faces of the technicians and those in the audience and the police officers and interpreters and the stenographer over here and the security and so forth, and maybe yourself, the clerk, and all who are here. Some of us have children in that age.
The clerk has children.
Well, I'm not saying, I said some of us. She has nephews. Yeah, she has nephews. You learned a word the other day. What you call nephews and nieces? Nibblings? She has nibblings. Quite an interesting word, right? Siblings. Those are nibblings. And so, therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a program that will redound to the benefit of all those who are qualified in both St. Kitts and Nevis. And so, we really need to support it. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll bring this debate, well, at least this initial presentation, to a close, to say that this program we are very proud of. This program will transform the lives of many. I'm asking our people out there to go and make sure you get registered. Aspire Day tomorrow in St. Kitts, and Aspire Day in Nevis will be, let me get the date right. Yes, got it. Yes, exactly. The 6th of December. Both will be 2 to 5, but in Nevis, we wanted to do it at the Independence Square, but we are told it's not available. So we will find a suitable location in Nevis so that persons can get signed up. But here in St. Kitts, it will be at the Independence Square tomorrow. So come out, have fun, new opportunities for all of our people as we aspire, meaning achieving success through personal investment, resources, and education as it transforms our life and change our relationship with money so that we can become financially independent. May I please you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to make a contribution to this.
Sorry, Honourable, second.
Yes, this bill, and I rise to second the motion for this bill to be read in this House for a second time. Before us, we have, as the Prime Minister, member for number 8, would have introduced, the Aspire Bill 2024, a bill to provide for the establishment of the Aspire Fund, the Aspire Council, for the management of the Aspire Financial Education, Savings and Investment Program for the benefit of the youth within our Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis and all other related matters. And as the Prime Minister would have mentioned, Aspire is achieving success through personal investment, resources, and education. I want to congratulate the winner of the theme. I don't remember the person's name. Onik Maynard? It was a Maynard. Okay. Congratulations to Onik Maynard on coming up with the definition or the title and the definition for Aspire. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an extraordinarily important bit of legislation. Because as I look before me, I have a graph here. I didn't have it for the screen. But if you had a chance to look at this graph, it will show that high economic development is tied to high financial literacy. So if you look at the countries that have the least amount of financial literacy, they are considered among the poorest 50% of the world economies. And the countries that have the highest financial literacy rates, they are among the highest 50% or the richest 50% of the countries in the world. This alone is major justification for this program of, in particular, financial literacy. And among those countries is not just big countries. It's countries that are also fairly small. So it's not about size in this case. It is about ensuring that the people of the country know exactly how to use money. So this is a critical bit of legislation, and I want to commend the mover of the bill for his leadership on this, in collaboration, of course, with the cabinet of the federal government, for instituting this remarkable program, where a child between the age of 5 and 18 will be endowed with a startup or a starting place for learning about investments, learning about growing money, learning how to use money for the benefit of themselves and their family. The Aspire program has a number of parts to it, as I would have mentioned. The key features include, of course, the Comprehensive Financial Education Program. This will be in collaboration, of course, with the Eastern Caribbean Development Bank. What did I say? Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. What did I say? Oh, Central Bank, sorry. The government, of course, will and has been developing comprehensive financial education curriculum tailored to the needs of young people. And so I wanted to touch on a few of the topics that I'm sure will come out in the education of what persons should know when they start speaking about financial literacy. You have to learn about things like asset. What's an asset? What does it mean to have an asset? Items that can be converted into money or has a value. So you will have assets. Beneficiary. What is a beneficiary? When your stocks or your savings mature, or when there is an insurance payout, or when there is a benefit to be paid, what is the beneficiary? How do you budget? Budget, of course, is one of the most important tools in financial literacy. How do you know that you have $100 and you have to write down or use whatever mechanism you can to apportion $10 for food? I had a gentleman who said he had, I think, remember for number one, know him very well, I'll tell you who it is after. He had a 10% fund for entertainment with the opposite sex. 10% fund. So he has budgeted, can't spend any more than that. I don't know if it's called a boopsing fund, I'm not certain. Entertainment. 10%. He said he cannot go over 10%. 10% fund, no matter what.
Parliamentary language.
You would have X amount of percentage for education and so on. And I, as a mathematician and so on, and someone who always numbers, I had spreadsheets coming up. No, not for that. No. Down to everything, you know, I had how much is entertainment, how much is to save, how much is to this, etc. When I was going to university, every week I'm following up because I know I have a budget. I can only spend this amount. If I have to catch bus or do whatever, I can only catch it this amount of times. I can only spend this in the supermarket. If we have Friday night lime and we go on liming, we only could buy, what the barbecue place name around the corner in Cave Hill? forget what the name is now, just by Royal Bank there. What you say name? No, not Oystins. I can't remember. My wife would remember because she used to hammer that one.
I should remember. Eddie's.
Eddie, I think it's Eddie's. I think it's Eddie's. You know how much you have for that? You know how much you have for this, etc. Budgeting is extraordinarily important. And if you don't understand how to budget, you can realize that you can overspend on things because you just didn't take the time to appropriate how much money. In the old days, the old people might have used to have different bags. They used to put the money in one bag is for this, one bag is for that. So when the bag money finish, it's done. Compound interest. This is a big one. A lot of people do not understand the impact of compound interest and how it can help your money to grow exponentially. I remember once, I was in another jurisdiction at the time. I give this story all the time to when I'm speaking to especially young people about savings and so on. And this gentleman used to play a special lottery every week. I think they used to have these papers where you buy a lottery from St. Thomas and so on, and they buy it and it has on all these numbers, you know, $25, $20. And he tell me he's doing it for the last 20 years, trying to win like a $50,000 or something. And I sat down with him and I showed him, if you had found a simple saving scheme with some compound interest, 4% or something, that is compounding monthly, and you put that same $25 or that same $40 in it every week, today you would have more money than you're trying to win. Wow. Compound interest. But there's another word that when I'm finished I'm going to say that will make all of this possible. And that is what we have to look at. I was trying to figure out how often this particular savings account will compound, how often you're paid interest. Sorry, let me say what compound interest is. Compound interest is where a portion of the interest is paid onto the principal, and then the next time interest is paid, it's paid on the interest and the principal. Some savings accounts or some accounts will not allow you to compound it, right? It separates. But if you have like a monthly compounding of interest, then you get more every month for the same money. This is very, very critical, and I'm excited for our young people to learn about this. Terms like credit. What does credit mean? I think we have some work to do locally still about credit and credit bureaus and credit reports and so on, etc., to formalize it more like the developed world, but these are going to become important terms. Debt. Some people are afraid of debt, not realizing that debt sometimes is a tool that can be used to improve your financial situation. About getting somebody else's capital that you can then utilize to make money on. Debt is used as a tool, not just a burden. What does debit mean? What does debt consolidation mean? Meaning you may have some, I know a lot of people, in speaking with a lot of people know about this one. They have a loan at Development Bank, they have a loan somewhere else, they have a loan this place, and they bring them all together to consolidate the loan. Home equity, or equity in general. A lot of people, for instance, don't realize really how much they are worth, because they're just looking maybe at the money that they have on the bank. But they have a house, or they're paying off for a house, could be a small house. And if they get it appraised and valued based on where it is, could be worth $500,000, $1 million, even for, you're smiling, a small house is what in this kind of times, a small house. I'm going to tell you how much a square foot house would be $1 million now. It's not a big house. 1 million divided by 400. A 2,500 square foot house could be worth $1 million easily.
How much bedroom is that?
That's about maybe a 3-bedroom house. 2 to 3 bedroom house. A NHC house is about 6, 7, 800. The bigger one is what's the biggest one?
The 3-bedroom is 297.
No, the square footage. It's closer to 1,000, right? So that is close to about, in value, after you get it, even though you pay 290 something, it's immediately going to be worth about 500. How can you use that value in your home to then go and do other things? That's the equity you have. The difference between how much you owe on your house and what the value is, and how you can leverage that value that you have. In fact, I was listening to a commentary of somebody who, Mr. PM, you have persons in the social sphere that like to say, the CBI has raised this amount of billions, and where is all the money for the billions? And somebody was listening with me and they said, wow, that's a lot of money for you. And I said, they are talking about money raised over 10, 15 years and putting it together to make it sound like a lot. So I told the gentleman, I said, you are probably a millionaire. He said, no, man, me ain't a millionaire. I said, you don't make more than $1 million. He said, no, I never had $1 million in my life yet. And I showed him. He asked him, how long you working for? He said, 20-something years. I said, what was your average salary? I don't remember, but let's say $4,000 or $5,000 average over that time, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000. If you calculate that, that's close to $1 million. He said, I can't believe, boy, I don't make $1 million. See,
5,000 is 1.2.
1.2 over how many years? 20 years. 5,000 is $1.2 million. Couldn't believe. But if you understand how money works, then you're going to understand how to leverage it. Your net worth, right? All that you have, all that you owe, the difference. Net worth. Principal. Everybody basically knows your principal. That's the original amount of whatever the loan is, etc. Your repayment terms. Revolving line of credit. Like, for instance, a credit card. It's a revolving line of credit. Now, some people also don't probably utilize the credit card best for them because it can be a tool and it can also be a sword. Because the interest rates on credit cards for that facility are usually very high, probably around 19, 20%, maybe even more. However, there are benefits, and I'm coming to that last word I'm going to use. There are benefits for understanding how to use a credit card. Usually when you use a credit card from an institution here, there is some attached benefit that you can derive. Whether it is you get miles, that has a value to it, whether it is you get cash back, or whether it is you get points. But some people erase that by keeping money owed on the credit card at these very high interest rates. You really should be using the credit card as almost like a security that you know you have the money. Somebody is allowing you to use a bit of plastic to transact that money. You buy the thing, make sure you pay it off, and you get not only the thing you buy, but the value that comes with the credit card. But some people leave their credit card, money on the credit card, as opposed to a debit card, for instance, and I don't want to sound too bankish here, but a debit card, when you use that, you can be exposed, right? Because a debit card is directly linked to the cash in your account. So God forbid something happen with your debit card and so on, etc. There's usually not the easiest way to get back your money from the bank. Credit card, however, is different because it gives you that time to make your purchase or to observe something that is wrong with the card and tell the company, look, I am not responsible for that. Oh, sorry. I am not responsible for that, Mr. Long, for the interpreters. And so that is a tool that you can use if it is used well. Then, of course, we spoke about stocks. You can buy a stock, shares in companies, and watch them grow. Just as Mr. Prime Minister was talking, I went to see what the Bitcoin value was. No, not my account. No. Not my account. But I just went to see. Should I check your account, AG? No. Okay, not in there. And even in the time that we're speaking, I think when I checked yesterday, I was just doing it for information purposes, right? It was, it's true, it's information purposes. It was about $92,000 per Bitcoin. Yesterday. Just when you were speaking, it was $95,000.
Want we talk again?
No. No. But hear this. But hear this. After you spoke, it went down to 94,900.
I mean, I shouldn't stop.
Right? Now, the point is, as the Prime Minister mentioned, just a few years ago, that same Bitcoin was worth $7,000, I believe, thereabout. So 7 into 93, yes.
5 years it went from 3,009 to 90.
Right, 5 years it went from 3,009 to 90,000. That's 30 times, right? It's about 30 times. So if you had put $10,000 then, I'm not promoting Bitcoin. I'm just giving an example here. If you had put $30,000 then, and you were not, and I'm coming to that word that I'm going to talk about, and you were not edgy and so on, etc., 10,000 times 30 is what? 10,000 times 30 is.
If you put in how much then? How much you said you wanted to put in?
10,000. I put 10,000.
If you had put 10,000 then, it'd be worth 255,000 now.
255,000 now in 5 years. 10,000 then would be worth 250 something thousand now. Right? That is the power of understanding money and where to put it. Right? But the big word that I want to come to, that I trust will be accommodating or in line with all of these, is discipline. Discipline. Financial management requires discipline. And a lot of us don't practice discipline when it comes to money. When I meet with young people, I tell them, if you have X amount in your salary, determine how much of that you can just completely ignore that you have. It don't exist. You don't count it. It is what you have decided to put aside to grow. You don't count it. They will be fed up of me telling the story where when I first got my first little job, I'm still at home, taking advantage of the fact that just coming out of CFB, parents paying and charging a rent, right? So fortunate to still be in your mother's house, getting your first small paycheck. I only counted a small percentage of the money that I got. So everything had to fit in that. Dating.
So you walk from St. Paul.
Right? Everything had to fit in that. Whatever it is I was going to do had to fit in that portion that I count as available. And the rest, saving for, at that time, for university. And in 1 year, I was able to save enough by doing that metric from a small, less than minimum wage right now, at that time, small amount to buy my plane ticket, buy my laptop, and pay down for my the apartment at university. Just by having that discipline. And I hope and trust that part of the education for the financial literacy is going to be about discipline. Seeing money and not seeing it. We've heard of a lot of stories of persons who are in different areas that have access to money. Unfortunately, I know some young people who saw money and could not see the money end up in jail because they did not have the discipline to see the money that is not theirs but they have access to and take it up, hoping that one day they'll be able to put it back or somebody's not going to figure it out or find it out. Discipline is what is going to be critical in money management. Set a goal of what you want to achieve. I understand, I learned, as I mentioned yesterday, I was in a meeting and some young women were telling me that they're ready for carnival and that they don't spend $2,000 and $3,000 for the costumes. I said, what? Madam Clark, that's how much they cost? Oh, wow. 2 and 3. It's going to be a grand parade. $2,000 and $3,000. And they said then that January morning, they know that they want to have fun. They start putting the money aside. Discipline. They are disciplined for that. Right? Start putting money aside. Right? Discipline is going to be so very critical. Well. There are other things we could talk about that there is not so much discipline, but perhaps this is not the forum, right, Mr. Prime Minister? But discipline is going to be critical for our young people to understand that when you get this $500, and that is what this program is really going to teach, is that you can only see it. Can't do anything with it. You can only see it and watch it go and decide eventually where you're going to put it so you can go better. Discipline. I always said if I had one wish, if they really had a genie in a bottle, there's one thing I would wish for: maximum discipline. Because with that, you'll be able to achieve anything. The other thing that I hope that the financial literacy will cover is our issue of social security. Unfortunately, a lot of people sometimes see social security as a burden, as a tax. And they don't realize how much of a great investment social security is. When I sat down and I did my maths on social security, there is no way under the sun, no matter where I am, what I'm doing, I am always paying my social security. Because here you have a social protection scheme where the average says, what do you call these people who do those, the analysis of, the actuaries say that in general, you recover your investment in Social Security in what? 4 to 5, 6 years? That you recover the amount of money you put in Social Security? Well, if you retire right now at 62, you're healthy and so on, etc. In a few years, you'll recover the investment you have put in and guaranteed further payout for the rest of your life. In fact, right now, our security, Social Security, pays out a maximum, I believe, of $3,900 if you are at the highest scale. And in order to get $3,900, you would have had to pay about $600 to $700 or so a month for a number of years. So imagine that you're close to retirement and your last 5 years of your retirement, and out of your salary, because now you may be working the civil service for some time, your salary has gone up, it's closer to $6,500, let's say, just giving an example, at the top level. It's the same thing for any other level. You put $600 or $700 into Social Security a month, and the next month when you retire, Social Security paying out $3,900 for the rest of your life. Just a quick math will tell you that even if you had not been paying $600 a month all the time when you were younger, $3,900, well, what's the increase? That's hundreds of percent more. It is the single best investment that this country has, Social Security. So I want to encourage, one, of course, that this will focus on educating persons of how important Social Security is. But I also want to empower those who are encourage those who are listening, that if you own small businesses, especially if you are not working if you're not an employee, and so an employer is not taking out the Social Security for you, please go to Social Security and even start paying the minimum amount that you can afford based on your income. It is the single best investment that you can make into your retirement and your future, because that is what this all leads to. It is about how do you prepare a life that is comfortable for you when you're no longer able, for instance, to make an income. So I want to encourage the use of Social Security as part of your investment strategy going forward. The best that can do. Now, I think that the Aspire is a piece of legislation that can help to break that cycle that the Prime Minister was speaking about, where the rich appear to be getting richer, well, not appear, the rich continue to get richer, and the poor appear to be getting poor. Financial literacy is part of the tool set to break that particular trend. I was fortunate that I had some financial literacy growing up. Everybody doesn't have that. So I knew from a very young age that it was important to save. So when I win a couple crowns, I didn't go on a splurge. I invested in things.
20,000 every year.
Don't say that. I don't think that was. But I invested. I knew that I needed to invest the money. To this day, those same monies are reaping returns. That's another term for me. No. Even how small it is, it's still a return. Oh, Lord of mercy. But no, you see, and another thing that the Prime Minister spoke about, it sometimes appears to be a sin to be prudent and responsible with your money and doing the things to invest properly and to be disciplined about it. So yes, I've had some opportunities. I've won a few crowns, I've performed and so on. But fortunately, I knew, and I had a bit of financial literacy, to do a little investment here and there. Even now, I continue to encourage and participate in discipline and not paying attention to a certain part, whatever small it is. If it is $1, if it is $10, it all adds up. That don't count. I don't see that. It's not there. Everything I do has to be budgeted on this amount, because that day will come when you have to tap into it for some sort of emergency. The investment literacy will also have to speak about insuring oneself through health insurance and life insurance, and how much those cost and the returns you get on them and the tools that they have. That they are also forms of investment that you can evaluate to see if they fit your needs, no matter what your salary is, whether it is minimum wage or a large wage. And so I want to congratulate the mover of the bill for this very, very important bit of legislation to support the agenda of improving the financial literacy and the investment capabilities of our young people. I am happy to learn that our young people now will be having discussions about what they have stocks in, what they have shares in, how much they are saving. In fact, the other day, I don't remember if it's my 8-year-old or my 10-year-old, had a little money in their piggy bank, and they said, whatever the amount was in the piggy bank, they said they had $1,000 and something. I said, 1,000 and something? I said, where you get $1,000 from? They said, the government is giving me $1,000. What? My daughter told me that. She don't count that. So the money she has in her piggy bank or saving, whatever she has, she add on 1,000 and she says, I have 1,000 something. And I wonder, I said, where you get $1,000 from? She said, the government giving her $1,000. So they are ready and anxious to be a part of this process. And I know it's like that for others. I think when we went to the Independence, I think a student had said something like that as well. Right? So they are aware, they are ready, and we are very pleased that this Labour Party administration continues its universal effort for the good that we can do in empowering our people to move them from one stratosphere of life to the next. And I'm very pleased to be a part of this. So may this bill have safe passage to this honourable House. May it please you.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3. I recognize the Honourable Member for Nevis 9.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think that all that needed to be said has been said. But I believe in the importance of history, and I want history to record that I stood up and said something on this day. I believe it is the 28th day of November in the year of our Lord 2024. I did some research whilst I was listening to the Honourable Mover, the Honourable Prime Minister, and the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3. And I want to go on record in this House to say that in terms of legislative efforts that have been transformative, I believe that a decision was taken in 1968 that made secondary education free. And then it was the Education Act of 1976, passed in the Parliament of St. Kitts and Nevis, that made it compulsory for students to go to school between the ages of 5 and 16. We then had, in 1977, something called the Social Security Act that was passed in the Parliament and came into force on the 10th of January 1978. I identify those two pieces of legislation, legislative efforts, because I am persuaded that at the time that they were passed, our people didn't quite understand the implications or the value. And today, so many years later, we now understand, looking back, the value of those legislative initiatives. We come in the House all the time, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we do useful things. We make useful statements, and we pass legislation that is important. Every bit of legislation is important. But sometimes we engage in an effort that I believe can be transformative. And I believe, and that's why I've stood up, that this Aspire bill can, in time, prove transformative. When I talk to people, because I recognize, for example, in 1968, I was not yet born, when school became free, and Social Security came into force one day before my 9th birthday. So I was a boy. And based on the reports that I have had, our people objected to both. The Honorable Prime Minister said to us that people back then would have been upset. How dare these little black children, he said from St. Peter's, I would say from Hanley's Road or Brown Hill or Cox, dare to come to school with children who perhaps came from some money, descendants of the planter class. St. Kitts, I believe it was arguably a little more stratified than Nevis has been. But nevertheless, you understand what the sentiment might have been. Social Security, when it was introduced, I understood that there were great protests. People said you were taking the money. You were introducing some kind of communistic or socialist approach. But as the Honorable Member for number 3 has spoken, and I hope that the public has been listening carefully, Social Security stands today as one of the most, if not the most important institution in our country. Providing relief, providing assistance. I said to someone recently, when the chips are down, Social Security is there right next to Jesus. But many of us would not have recognized way back in 1978 what Social Security could have become. So I want to start my brief intervention on this by saying that I sat here in the budget debates last year, and when the Honorable Minister of Finance said he can give every child $1,000, I was skeptical. I'm not afraid to admit it. This is maybe confession time. I said, man, this sounds like foolishness. And I held that view quite firmly for some time, until I saw for the first time, and I want to go on record to commend the Cabinet Secretary here in St. Kitts, Dr. Marcus Natta. Because Dr. Natta journeyed to Nevis. He sat with the cabinet of the Nevis Island Administration that I am currently privileged to lead. And when he was done explaining the work that had gone into this Aspire bill and the intentions behind it, the policy, I had to admit that I was wrong, and that my earlier skepticism was misplaced. Perhaps there's a lesson in that. You must not be skeptical unless you first give a chance to know. But he explained it, and I am here to say today that if this Aspire bill and what it portends, if it is implemented as anticipated, it will transform St. Kitts and Nevis in a way that we perhaps cannot even now imagine. Because it is doing a number of fundamental things. You know, this language of sustainability has become quite popular. Perhaps I should give the government credit. Everything they say, they want sustainability. Sustainable island state. And I keep making the case that we cannot achieve sustainability without our people. We could do all we want to do with energy. We could build buildings better, build smart homes, build smart hospitals. But the core of sustainability for any country and for any island state has to be our people. And all that we have heard today is correct. rich people are getting richer and poor people are getting poorer. A big part of that is the decisions that are being made by those people and the lack of education. When the member for number 3 talked about Carnival and the cost of the costumes, I am very happy to say publicly, I can't dance, so I'm not going to be in any Carnival troupe. So the cost of the costumes don't really matter to me. But what I will say is this, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is a certain recklessness that I have perceived, where people for Carnival, for Culturama, for Music Festival, are borrowing money to go and fit. And that recklessness, I'm going to use the word, I may get some licks over it, but I'm going to use it anyway. That recklessness is being in many instances actively encouraged by our banks. They must take some of the blame too. Because it's easier to get a costume loan now at the bank than it is to get a loan to build a house or buy a piece of land. The quickest loan you could get at our commercial banks now if you want to buy a car, which the minute you drive it off the lot, it starts to depreciate. The minute you drive that car out of TDC lot, they mark it down 20%. That means if you drive it down the road to Basti and say, let me carry it back right now, you don't lose 20% of the value. But if you want a loan, the bank tell you, man, take the money quick, quick, quick. When you go to the bank and you say, I want to buy a piece of land, I want to do something that will help to build wealth, that's a problem. And so, Mr. Prime Minister, which in my humble opinion are encouraging our people to get poorer. Maybe people don't like to hear it, but encouraging our people to get poorer. When you borrow $5,000, Lord, sometimes, you know, I get a letter one time, they tell me, what? Here's something for $10,000 for Christmas. I mean, I apply for no loan, you know. I didn't apply anywhere. I got a letter, pre-approved. That's the language. Pre-approved, $10,000 for Christmas. So I watched the thing, I said, well, I didn't ask for no loan for Christmas, but the bank encouraging me. Take a loan to go spend money for Christmas. And it gets back to education. Because if people do not understand how money works, it is very tempting. You see these business houses around? I have immunity in here, so I could talk. They offer these credit programs, these credit facilities. They tell you, man, come and take a toaster. Take a microwave. You're only paying $9 a week, $15 a week. And so people rush in. But guess what people do? They go by TDC, they take something. They go by courts, they take something. They go by hospitals, they take something. And they're calculating because that little thing called interest, and we hear the word compound interest, they're not paying any attention to that. Oh, his man is $15 a week. And then as that money now, you're paying, and you can't seem to make any headway. I don't know how many of you have had loans, especially if you have a mortgage, but you pay a mortgage for 10 years and the mortgage ain't move. Madam Deputy Speaker, these are the realities that I think our people need to understand. So I go back to the theme of rich people getting richer, poor people getting poorer. A lot of it comes down to lack of education and the decisions that are being made. The rich person is going to, no doubt, take care of his or her children in a particular way. Send them to the best schools. Leave them an inheritance and maybe even give them something. How much I say Donald Trump's father give them? Whole heap of money. 300 million, they say. Right? You are going to have a start that poor children will not have. And so this here, these couple sheets of paper, which is the Aspire Bill, if implemented properly, if it holds true to its promise, what it will do, it will allow every child in St. Kitts and Nevis to get a start. It will allow them to get a start. And so every child now will come out of the blocks. Some who are rich people children may have a head start, but that's okay. Those who come from poorer families will have an equal start with their peers. And what I liked about it, and when, as I said, because only when Dr. Natta spoke to us in Nevis, did we really get an appreciation of the thought that had gone into this. And when I looked at it, I said, you know, the beauty of this for me, and we had some questions, Cabinet in Nevis, we questioned him quite vigorously. And one of the things we had suggested to him, as we had discussed how you lose your benefit, that if you, as a youngster, engage in criminal behavior, that one might want to say you forfeit your benefit. Has to be checks and balances in the system, and you have to encourage positive behavior. But one of the things that I noted about it is that the money is in a locked box. There may be some out there just how some criticize the compulsory education of our people to secondary level, and some criticize Social Security. There may be some out there who say, oh, I want the money now. But the money being in a lockbox is actually brilliant. Because what it says, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that those children, I believe the entry point is 5 years old. Imagine you have $1,000 available to you. 500 in cash, 500 in stocks, shares. And that $1,000 is in that lockbox for 10 years. Is it 5 to 15? That's the age of 5 to 18, I'm sorry. So 13 years. If you start at 5. Imagine right now you're in kindergarten. You're at Prospect Primary School, you're at Tucker Clark Primary, wherever you are. 5 years old. And you have $1,000. Somebody say, let me put that in a lockbox for you. So that when you get to 18, if you choose, you can then deal with it as you see fit. But if it was only about money, some smart person is going to do the math and say, well, $1,000 over that time only work out to X or Y. But we have heard over and over, and that is the point that I want to emphasize in this brief intervention: education, education, education. People must understand how money works. The good member for number 3 spoke about credit cards. Too many people use credit cards as if it's another income source. So if they're making $5,000 a month and they have a credit card with a $5,000 limit, as far as they're concerned, they have $10,000 every month to spend. But the interest on a credit card ranges anywhere from 19, sometimes as high as 22%. And when you can't pay it off, that's when it starts to bite. But I have come to the realization, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it's not sometimes that our people are profligate or our people are just bad spenders or just unwise. A lot of times it is that our people simply don't understand. And a lot of times you deal with the financial institutions, you deal with those who have these credit facilities, and there's a lot of fine print. And for people, especially poor people, they know they need $5,000. They're not too concerned with the fine print. They want to get the $5,000 to do what they need to do. The fine print now is where you start to hear about rates of interest that are high. Believe they used to have an old word for it, usury. So high that eventually those debts start to pancake. And you get to a point now where you can't sustain them. And so the education component of this is going to be critical if it's going to work. We must educate these children, and we know that children educate their parents. Those children, just as the good member said, his daughter said that she has, I think he said an additional 1,000 to put on the 10 that she had there already. That's what you said? Oh, I was on my phone, I may not have heard perfectly. But the children must be able to learn. Could you imagine? And this is why I'm looking forward, you know. I'm looking forward, I'm saying, if a child now is at St. Thomas's Primary School in Nevis, 5 years old, kindergarten, that child in the next 13 years is going to be 18 years old and just graduating from perhaps a sixth form or CFBC or something. I want, and in fact, it's the Prime Minister I'm suggesting, that we need to probably find a mechanism to track these children. We need to find some way to measure and to say, you know, at 5 and then where they are at 10 and where they are at 15. And, because what we are talking about here is revolutionary. As you say, it's not being done anywhere else in the region. And you know, when St. Kitts Nevis introduced free secondary education in 1968, you know that we were the first place in the entire Commonwealth Caribbean to do it? First. And when we introduced mandatory education, secondary education in 1976, again, we were the first. In fact, just a few short years ago, I traveled to one of our OECS counterparts and was shocked to see children of school age on the street hustling. And when I asked the question, they said, no, they don't have no mandatory education like that. So poor families become poorer because these children aren't in school. They're out there hustling. This type of initiative, this is what I call social engineering. Social engineering. And if this country is going to achieve its ambitions, we have to engage in social engineering. It cannot be business as usual. And I am not going to be too shy to say I was wrong. I was skeptical. I am now hopeful. Because I believe if children can be brought up in the way that we want them to be brought up, if our children can start having intelligent conversations about credit, about debt, about interest, about investment, about growth, we transition the majority of our people away from simple consumption to now we're talking about wealth creation. And that's how you build societies. That's how you help poor people get out of that trap of poverty. The education in the sense of going and getting a degree is a useful step, but it is not a sufficient step. Plenty of people with degree still don't understand money. We need financial education. We need our people to appreciate that if all that they do is consume, then they'll forever be poor. They must find a way, even if it means pooling with other people, to invest. Because investing is the only way that you can supplement. If you are earning an income, you're in the upper echelons of the public service, you're in a private company, that additional income that you earn from investing, I believe they refer to it as passive income. Passive because while you're sleeping, you're earning. And that is the general idea behind it. And even that requires education, because it is not every investment, Madam Deputy Speaker, that will be a successful investment. Many people have had shares in companies that have failed. But even that requires education. And so I come back to the central point of education and more education. We have to be informed about what is happening. We have to get to a point in our country where we're having conversations. Could you imagine the young people now in sixth form? I say no. In 5, 10, 15 years in sixth form, talking about how their portfolio is doing, their ability to bring their parents along with them, and say, Mommy or Daddy, you know, I have some shares in this company and shares are up 15, 20% since I got it. I looked at my phone here, and a particular I looked at my phone here. Let me see if I can find it. A particular digital currency. It's telling me here on my phone that it is up 56.96% for the year. 56.96% for the year. We have to broaden, and I say this now for all of us, because while the Aspire Bill is aimed at our children, which I believe is the correct place for it to be aimed, our adult population out there also needs to understand that they must broaden their perspective and broaden their concept of money and how money works. You see, every Christmas, everybody wants a double salary. Everybody wants a bonus. There's nothing wrong with that. People want something, and if they can get that something, more power to them. But I ask the question of myself rhetorically often. How much of that money they have left by January? How much? What would they have done with it when they get it in December? Because, let's face it, we have a culture of, some say it's an Instagram culture, instant gratification. So I don't want to wait for it, you know, I want it now. I want to acquire everything now. I want the car now. A young lady told me the other day she bought a car. The reason I got into the conversation with her is because she was seeking some assistance. She had run into difficulty. I said, you bought a car. Why did you buy a car? She said she fed up at taking the bus. I said, that was the primary motivator? Yes. But she never realized that the car would cost so much because she didn't factor in tires, gas, insurance. And it looked like every month something happened, she got to find a mechanic. And so she didn't make proper arrangements. So she now has the car because she don't want to take the bus, but she can't afford the car because of all that goes into having the car. And so our adults also need that financial literacy and that education. And so, colleagues, the only reason I'm on my feet, because I want Hansard to reflect, and I want, when the history of this country is written, long after I'm gone, I want them to say in 2024, the member for number 9 supported this bill. Because I believe, and if I'm right, it will be on the same order and level of our Education Act of 1976 and our Social Security Act of 1978. It is, in my humble opinion, one of those bits of legislation that, again, if implemented right, can be truly transformative. And I want to be around. I hope God gives me long life, that I can be around to see our young people 5, 10, 15 years from now. See the transformation in our conversations and our thinking. Because all that we have heard thus far, Madam Deputy Speaker, is 100% accurate. Our people measure things in terms of how much money they have in the bank. You know, if you have money in the bank now, if you're lucky, you might get what? 1.5%? 1.5%. And if you're not careful, the bank starts charging you now. If you don't use the account for a while, or if you fall below a certain balance, the bank starts charging you. So we need to arrive at a culture where our people are looking to alternative mechanisms to save, to invest, and to grow wealth. I want our people to look at these facilities and to see that the government is giving everybody this start. And I use the language of everybody because I believe when you invest in our children, you invest in everybody. When you invest in them, you invest in everybody. I hear somebody said to me the other day, oh, they're giving the children $1,000. What about the big people? But when you invest in our children, you invest in the country. When you invest in the country, everybody ultimately benefits. And that's how I want our people to see this. And that's why I stood up, because I wanted to lend my voice to this bit of legislation and wish it safe passage through this honorable House. I will say, on the substance of the legislation, just a technical matter, that at section, if I can find it, forgive me. At section, I believe it is section 11. The section 11 speaks to the tenure in office. Yes, a member of the council, other than an ex officio member, may hold office for a period of 3 years unless he or she vacates office. I just wanted to say that even with the amendment that is proposed, there is currently no mechanism for somebody to be removed. And I think that that is important. That there be some mechanism in place for somebody on that council to be removed other than through a fluxion of time. So if you look at section 11, I suppose this is for the move and the Honorable Attorney General, that it speaks to tenure, 11.1, and then the amendment says that they can be reappointed to serve on the council, and then we deal with resignation, but we don't deal with anything to say how you remove somebody. What I mean by that is simply, if somebody is on the council but they're not performing, somebody on the council and something goes wrong, ill health, mental health, you find out that they engage in some corrupt practice, there's some difficulty, the legislation should have a mechanism for that person to be removed. Currently, we only anticipate people being there, and the only way to get them off is if they resign or if the 3 years is up. So that is the only technical point that I would raise. I would also want to go on record to thank Ms. Janisha Daniel from Nevis. Ms. Daniel was appointed by the NIA at the invitation of the federal government to serve on the steering committee, and I must say, she kept us fully informed. She was fully engaged, and she has been a champion of this Aspire program and all that it intends to do. And so I want to publicly commend her. She's a young woman, qualified, highly educated and motivated, and I'm happy that she has been able to bring her expertise to bear in terms of the discussions on this particular bill. I say lastly, as I close, Madam Deputy Speaker, that just like the Education Act, just like the Social Security Act, the Aspire Bill, which we hope today to become the Aspire Act, is a national instrument. It is an effort to include all the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. It extends to the children on my side of the Narrows, the island of Nevis. And I want to encourage parents in Nevis to get involved, to have their children signed up. I want to thank the government, because when the Prime Minister announced this last year in the budget, he did indicate that it was intended to be a national effort. And I believe that the only way we will achieve that sustainable island state of which we speak is for our people to be part of that journey. And this legislation, I predict, will ensure that those to whom the future belongs, our children, will be in the best position to advance the sustainable island state agenda that I believe is the future for St. Christopher and Nevis. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Nevis 9. Any other presenters? I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
May it please you, Madam Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. I rise simply to address the point raised by the member opposite. The reason we did not include a removal provision is because by Section 26 of the Interpretation Act, once the minister has the power to appoint, the minister also has the power to remove. So we didn't feel that it was necessary to include any reasons, but just to give the minister the power to appoint. And if there's any issue, anybody's failing to live up to the expectations as a member of the Aspire Council, then the minister can lawfully remove that person. May it please you.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. I will now invite the mover. I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 8 to do his wrap-up.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise once again to wind up the debate on this bill shortly entitled Aspire Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, I want to really thank the interventions by those who intervene and the support that this has had also by those in this House who may not have stood up to speak, but it's obvious that they support. I want to once again, Madam Speaker, really thank the Cabinet. I want to thank the Nevis Island Administration's Cabinet for their, of course, participation. I want to take this opportunity also to thank the Cabinet Secretary, and I wish I had the names of those who really participated with him, so I could have put in the record their names. And if the Cabinet Secretary is hearing me, he can send me quickly, because I think their names should be written in the record, Madam Deputy Speaker, because they have done exceedingly well. Madam Deputy Speaker, when you look at the composition of the council, for example, you would recognize that the council's composition, let me just read it. Chairperson shall be appointed by the Minister of Finance. The 8 other members of the council shall be as follows: Cabinet Secretary as ex officio member, person recommended by the Premier of Nevis. Madam Deputy Speaker, by the Premier of Nevis. Because there should be full participation. A person recommended by the Governor of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. A person recommended by the St. Kitts Nevis Chamber of Industry and Commerce. A senior employee of the Social Security Board recommended by Social Security Board. A person recommended by the Bankers and Financial Services Association. Person recommended by Caribbean Confederation of Credit Union. A youth representative recommended by the ministry responsible for youth empowerment, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I would say we might have to extend it, Madam Deputy Speaker, at some point to the to the unions. You might have to ask the unions to recommend somebody, Madam Deputy Speaker. So that might be something that we definitely should look at in terms of amendment as well. But I want to say that this will be comprised of persons from so many sectors of our society, and also ensures that there is full participation with respect to St. Kitts and with respect to our people here, our people in Nevis. That should be a proud moment, Madam Speaker. It is a national program that will be down to the benefit of all of our people. Madam Speaker, I want to say the issue of social security, because it was touched on. And the member from number 9 mentioned it, and also the member from number 3. That when you go to the archives and you read the arguments that were made against social security, you would never believe it is the same social security that we are speaking of. All of the things that were said about it, because it could not be seen the benefits, because the benefits were not, as we would say, immediate, but the benefits were transformative, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to spend a little time, just 2 minutes on it, for people to understand the essence of social security. Social security is our most significant program in terms of, you consider a program to transform our people here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Our safety net is our fundamental safety net, Madam Speaker. Sometimes in our countries, because again, we don't have the financial education, we admire countries like in Europe and Asia, those developed countries in Asia, those developed countries in Europe, the United States and Canada, and we speak of how they're doing things to take care of their people, Madam Speaker. A lot of these things they have in their systems that we admire them for. But it's so difficult sometimes for us to really do them for ourselves. And we should do it for ourselves. Why not? Madam Speaker, to secure our people, I want you to know that I asked for study on a sovereign wealth fund that the IMF has helped us with. And that is something that I'll bring to the Parliament as well, because we need to establish a sovereign wealth fund that will take care a lot too of the adult population. We have to take care of our people, Madam Speaker. The other thing that we will be bringing is our national health insurance at the appropriate time. All these things will come to secure our people, Madam Speaker, our children, our adults, our retired and senior persons. But we have to have the spirit of solidarity. But the more educated our people are, the better the understanding, the best scenario for us to accept these. I was speaking when I went to Taiwan. I asked the question, how Taiwan, 23 million people, a small island of mainland China, could be the place on earth where they make the most sophisticated computer chips. 90-something% of the most sophisticated computer chips in the world, they are made in Taiwan. I asked, how did that happen? And one of the things that they said to me, to simplify it, and they are right, you can have persons who are cooking, give everybody the same recipe, and give everybody the same ingredients, and when they don't cook, all the food tastes different. Some who could cook food tastes good, and those who can't cook, you know, the rice might be a little hard. Good. But that is the point, Madam Deputy Speaker. Taiwan was able to, since back then, they had a vision that they would enter the tech field. And it would be years down the road when they become among the top and the top in the world in a particular area, Madam Deputy Speaker. They did that in Taiwan. Look at Singapore, and you go to the founder of Singapore. when he established his sovereign wealth fund and set up the system and so forth, because he said, we are nothing to that discarded little country the size of St. Lucia, but we're going to put things in place because 20-something years down the road, 30 years down the road, we will be one of the best countries on earth. These are islands who are bold enough to take serious decisions that at the time may not have seemed to be a decision that would really be a decision to give the benefits that the decision seeks to give. But look at them today. And what do they have that we don't have? Absolutely nothing. Except the will to make the right decision. And to not always want the instant gratification, but can delay the gratification for the greater good. Madam Deputy Speaker. There's a study that I learned when I was studying medicine and psychology. And it's called the study, it is dealing with delayed gratification. I can do a study of 5-year-olds and predict with a high level of accuracy which child would be successful and which child will not be successful. And this is how the study goes. Bring them into a room. Put a snack that they like. They like ice cream. Put ice cream. And you say to them, you can come, you have two options. You can come into the room and take your ice cream now. Or you can come into the room, wait an hour, and you get 2 scoops of ice cream instead of 1. And the study shows clearly that a child who waits that hour to get those 2 scoops is very likely going to be a child that will be successful in life. And the child that rushes to grab the 1 very likely will be least successful when compared to the child that waits. It's a study, it's a classic study. That is called delayed gratification. Of course, you can't wait too late. You don't, wait till the next hour the ice cream melt.
I'll wait till you're married.
Okay. But it's a famous study. Trust me, you can do it with your children and find out how their brain is working. And if you realize they are in the zone of the quick gratification or the instant gratification, you start to work on them so that they can start to delay that gratification. It means, you know what it's going to mean? I remember you're growing up and they say, boy, you're going to school, go study for 7 years, and people say, boy, you're going to study money for 7 years? Boy, you could be making money here and so. But why got me back in my mind, boy, I'm going to take a little knockout for 7 years and keep putting here, but at the end of the 7 years, I think they're going to be much, much, much better. That's delayed gratification. Delayed gratification. And therefore, we have to get our people to that point. Because if our people don't get to that point, we're going to be like that little mice in a lab on a treadmill. Just going round and round and ain't going nowhere. Running fast, feeling tired, but you ain't going nowhere. Because all you're on is on a treadmill. And that is what has happened fundamentally to our countries and so forth. We have not been able to institute policies that delay the gratification, but are transformative. And that is why when I look at social security and education, the grave of Robert Bratcher should have a wreath on it weekly, if not daily. Just think about it. Was bold enough to tell those sugar workers who could not even read properly that we need to put a system in place where we're going to take some of your money, put it in a fund, and when you get older, it will be there for you. If you get injured, it will be there for you. If you get pregnant, it will be there for you. That was hard to sell. It was somewhat challenging to sell now where people are much educated, much more educated. Can you imagine selling that to somebody who making a few pence or a few dollars and you're telling them I'm going to take out something when they're thinking, man, I could have had that in my pocket to buy an extra milk, an extra pound of chicken. And they were not unreasonable because life was tough. So it wouldn't have been unreasonable for them to want an extra pound of chicken when they look at the picking year, as we say in St. Kitts and Nevis. but pushed the people to have that delayed gratification because he understood that it was needed for that transformation. Critically important. Same with education. Imagine you growing up in the 60s and children used to have to go in the cane field and go tear out the sheep and the goat and milk the cow in the morning and go to the cane field with the parents to help them so that they can get some extra money. And here come this man named Robert Bratcher who said, well, the child can't go no more. They got to go to school till they're 16. That was a revolutionary act because here is a family that might have had 4 or 5 young ones. And the elder one, or the eldest one, depending, used to go out to work with the parents to bring in some extra money to take care of the rest. So that was an income that they depended on. And he's telling them, no, from tomorrow, the eldest one can go. And if you send them to school, I'm going to send somebody to pick them up and carry them to school. That was revolutionary. But he understood that if he wanted to break the cycle, he had to take a measure like that to educate them. Again, you had to delay the benefits or delay the gratification. And we are benefiting from that today, based on our educational standards and so forth. We have one of the most stable and best social security after, we work to make sure. So, same as investments. You invest today because the market go down and up, you don't rush to take out your money. You have to have some patience, discipline, so that you can derive the benefits later on in life. And so in a great sense, Madam Deputy Speaker, member from number 9, number 3, and the support that we have had, these are critically important factors, are critically important things that we are discussing here today. Critically important, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know I'm belaboring the point, but it's because I want the mentality of our people to shift. Otherwise, we're going to continue to be the carriers of wood and the drawers of water. I see a lot of young people stepping in. Hope they'll be benefiting from Aspire. Madam Deputy Speaker. The education. Thank you very much. And I'm so happy that I got all the names because these names should be in the record, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm so happy I have them. I'm going to read every single one of them and thank them. And I know the member from number 9, thank the counterpart from Nevis. But Madam Deputy Speaker, that is what we are talking about. This is where the thought of this comes from. How can they do it, but we can't? Why is it they can have these elaborate development and we here struggling still to get water 24/7? And they're in deserts converting salt water into fresh water and growing vegetables in the desert. Why? How are they able to do that? They don't have more energy than us, Madam Speaker. They got oil, but we got sun. Why is it the technology developed to derive energy from oil and not sun? Why is it that was the first step, Madam Deputy Speaker? Why is it we have not been able to develop our technology to derive our energy from the sun and the wind and the waves? Why haven't our civilization been able to do that? We're not lacking anything. It's just the resources that we have not developed a system of how to derive what we want from the resources that we have. We have to think differently. Our education has to be such so that we can use what we have to advance ourselves. I mean, each time I go to Saudi Arabia or the Middle East, and you see these people in the desert eating fresh fruits and vegetables. And you say, really? You see them bring rivers into the deserts. And you say, wow. extraordinary. These are things that we can do as well. They're not doing anything that we can't do, but we have to make sure that we have the right mindset. And we have to transform the way we think. We have to transform the way that we do things. And I can say, and I would like to say, that we have the possibility. Let me make this last point. In the 1970s, this development of St. Kitts and Nevis, or the Caribbean, was on par with some of the Asian countries. Of all of these regions that we were on par with, our growth has been the slowest. Has been the slowest. These people just took off at some point. Why is it the Caribbean did not take off? It's not our size. Singapore is the size of St. Lucia. It's not our size. Taiwan is a little small island of mainland China. It's not our size. It is because, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we did not put the necessary things in place that will get us to the next level. And so therefore, it is time that we do it. And so this is what this is all about. So I want to ask the young people to delay their gratification, to become educated, to understand how it works, but we have to make sure that they get the necessary education. They get the necessary knowledge and the impetus to move forward, so that even from this generation, we can start to see the advancement and the difference and the advancement that we really would desire as a people. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to start wrapping up by calling the names and to read these names into the record. First, Dr. Marcus Natter, Cabinet Secretary Chair, Aspire Task Force. Mrs. Hilary Hazel, Financial Secretary, Ministry of Finance. Davinia Tomlinson, Finance and Investment Expert, Rosewood Advisory Services. Janisha Daniel, Audit Manager, Nevis Island Administration. Pat Walters, Chief Executive Officer, The Cable. Sheldon Mitchell, Chief Financial Officer. Chief Executive Officer is Pat. Chief Financial Officer is Mr. Sheldon Mitchell, Cable. Mr. Terence Cosman, Managing Director, St. Kitts Nevis Anguilla National Bank. Sybil Welsh, Senior Project Specialist, Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. Mr. Peter Jenkins, President, St. Kitts and Nevis National Cooperative League Limited. Mrs. Liska Hutchinson Reiner, Crown Counsel 2, Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs. Melvin Basu, Senior Assistant Secretary / Finance Officer, Ministry of Education. Mr. Steve Farrier, Immediate Past President, Bankers Association. And Mrs. Pamela Herbert Daniel, President, Bankers Association. Madam Deputy Speaker, it would have been remiss of me not to have mentioned the names of this task force, those persons who dedicated their lives to this and their time. And the last thing I would say is let me acknowledge once again the students who are here, that this is for their benefit, and to ask them to educate other children and to help them to sign up. They will always remember you. I can just see million years in the future saying, I remember when I signed up for Aspire, that today, wherever I am in the world, my financial education is such that I know how to manage and to make money work for me. Madam Deputy Speaker, may it please you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8. The question is that the bill entitled Aspire Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to provide for the establishment of the Aspire Fund, the Aspire Council for the management of the Aspire Financial Education, Savings and Investment Program for the benefit of youth within the Federation of St. Christopher and Nevis, and for related matters, otherwise known as the Aspire Bill 2024.
The bill entitled Aspire Bill 2024 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage.
Clause 1.
The question is that Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I recognize the Attorney General.
Madam Chair, I wish for the amendments circulated to all members that reflect amendments to Clause 2, Clause 7, Clause 8, Clause 11, and Clause 17 be adopted en bloc, as the members are fully aware as to what those amendments are. And an amendment to the amendment, actually, it is an amendment, another amendment that is proposed, which I will individualize, Madam Chair, in relation to the audit. Oh yes, it's actually in the amendment. It should read at paragraph 17(2), the accounts of the fund shall be audited annually by the Director of Audit, not the Accountant General. So it is an amendment to the amendment, Madam Chair.
So the question is that the proposed amendments as circulated stand part of the bill. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 2 through 18.
The question is that clauses 2 through 18 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The schedule.
The question is that the schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House resumes. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to report that the bill shortly entitled Aspire Bill 2024 has passed through committee stage with amendments. Madam Speaker, I further move that the bill shortly entitled Aspire Bill 2024 be read a third time and pass into law.
Seconder. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The question is that the bill entitled Aspire Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to provide for the establishment of the Aspire Fund, the Aspire Council for the management of the Aspire Financial Education, Savings and Investment Program for the benefit of youth within the Federation of St. Christopher and Nevis, and for related matters, otherwise known as the Aspire Bill 2024.
The bill entitled Aspire Bill 2024 has been read a third time and passed into law. Next bill. I recognize the honorable member for St. Christopher 2.
Madam Speaker, I rise this time to second the motion to have the bill, the motion to have the bill read in this honorable house for a second time, and of course to lend my voice and with it my support. Madam Speaker, I think this bill was first read
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise.
Okay, we are starting over.
Yes.
I recognize the honorable member for St. Christopher 8.
I rise, Madam Speaker, to lead a debate of and have read for a second time in this honorable house the bill shortly entitled Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, this bill was read for the first time on the 8th of November 2024. You gonna get that one? Madam Speaker. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Okay, good. All right, good. It's further back. I think this is it. Yeah. This is the bill. Just give me 1 second, Madam Speaker. For the what? Okay, good. All right. All right, good, Madam Speaker. To all the papers, it's here. So I rise to have read, as mentioned before, a second time and lead the debate of the Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record, API/PNR Bill 2024. This bill, Madam Speaker, if enacted, would serve as a cornerstone in securing our borders, safeguarding our citizens, and reinforcing our journey toward becoming a sustainable island state. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me first outline the essence of this bill, provide context to its evolution, and explain why it is vital for the future of our great nation. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me say that today, as Chair of Council, I had as part of the agenda with the OECS, or rather the CARICOM ministers of national security, this was discussed, and I told them I had to go to Parliament to pass this particular piece of legislation. The purpose of the API/PNR bill, Madam Speaker, this is designed with a clear purpose, and it is to collect, transmit, regulate, and protect data on passengers traveling to, from, and through St. Kitts and Nevis. It is to repeal outdated laws, such as the Advanced Passenger Information Act of 2017, and to replace them with modern, internationally compliant provisions, Madam Deputy Speaker. To establish a legal framework for the operation of passenger information units, PIUs, which will process and analyze travel data for enhanced border security. At its heart, the bill serves two critical objectives, Madam Deputy Speaker. One, strengthening national security by identifying potential threats before they reach our shores, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is critically important. Why? For example, if you are in, let's say, one country within CARICOM, and you want to move to another country within CARICOM, but it is deemed that you are a threat to national security, having this advanced information can help the receiving country or the intended country to receive that passenger to make a decision in the best interest of national security, Madam Deputy Speaker. So it strengthens your national security by identifying potential threats before they reach our shores. The other part of it is protecting data privacy by embedding stringent safeguards to secure passenger data against misuse, Madam Deputy Speaker. Critically important. So where does all this come from? What is the background to all of this? The roots of this bill can be traced back to the 2007 Cricket World Cup, when regional leaders recognized the importance of preemptive security measures. The Advanced Passenger Information System introduced during this time was a collective effort to share passenger data among CARICOM nations. This allowed authorities to identify high-risk individuals early and prevent security threats, Madam Deputy Speaker. We all remember that particular time. Since then, global security challenges have evolved. The rise in transnational organized crime, terrorism, and cyber threats, these things have made it necessary the collection of more detailed data. This is where passenger name record PNR data comes into play. While APIS provide basic information such as names and passport numbers, PNR includes deeper insights like payment details, identifying patterns of suspicious transactions, travel itineraries, detecting irregular routes often associated with illicit activities, contact information, enabling swift communication for security alerts. These enhancements align with international resolutions, such as United Nations Security Council Resolution 2396, which mandates the use of API/PNR data to combat terrorism and organized crimes. Madam Deputy Speaker, development of the regional API/PNR Bill 2024 was developed as part of a regional effort led by CARICOM, Implementation Agency for Crime and Security, CARICOM Impacts, to establish a harmonized legal framework across CARICOM member states. This initiative reflects the shared recognition among regional leaders that collective action is essential for addressing modern security challenges such as transnational crime, terrorism, and human trafficking. By providing a unified approach to data collection, processing, and sharing, the modern legislation, Madam Deputy Speaker, supports the integration of border security measures throughout the Caribbean. This is critically important, especially based on the discussion that we had this morning at Consulate, where we discussed how are we going to work closer together to monitor those who are involved in transnational organized crime. It is a serious problem throughout the region, Madam Deputy Speaker. You have persons involved in criminal activities in one country, connecting in another country. They're advancing their networks, and if we don't continue to advance our networks and our cooperation as this seeks to do, we will be caught with our pants down, as we say in St. Kitts and Nevis. That is why this bill is so important. So the key factors considered in drafting the bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, is 1, international standards and obligations. The drafting process adhered to international best practices and obligations, including those outlined by the United Nations Security Council, UNSCR resolutions, and the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO. These standards emphasize the mandatory collection and secure management of passenger data to combat threats like terrorism and organized crime. Data protection and privacy is a core focus. A core focus was balancing security needs with privacy concerns. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have to be mindful that questions of privacy should be discussed as we are discussing today. But the bill incorporates stringent provisions to protect sensitive passenger information, including robust storage protocols and anonymization of data after 6 months, and clear limitations on data usage to ensure compliance with global privacy laws. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is important. People must know that their privacy will be protected. Madam Speaker, number 3, harmonized legislative framework. The model legislation seeks to provide consistency across CARICOM member states, ensuring that all countries operate under the same rules for collecting, storing, and sharing passenger data. This harmonization promotes regional cooperation, enabling seamless information exchange and coordinated responses to security threats. Madam Deputy Speaker. 4, regional context and needs. The unique geographical and economic characteristics of the Caribbean was central to the drafting process. The legislation accounts for the region's reliance on tourism, the high volume of cross-border travel, and the limited resources of smaller states. It also ensures that the framework supports the free movement of people on the CARICOM single market and economy while prioritizing security. Efficiency was another aspect, Madam Deputy Speaker. The bill promotes the use of an electronic single window for data submission, streamlining processes for aviation and maritime operators. This approach reduces duplication, and I know that tourism is happy to hear this one, enhances risk assessments, and enables quicker decision-making by border security agencies. Public health and safety integration, recognizing that crime and violence have broader societal impact. The bill incorporates measures that align with treating security as a public health issue. Madam Deputy Speaker, what we have been promoting in order to deal with the scourge of violence, this is at the CARICOM level as well. By enhancing the ability to detect and prevent threats early, it contributes to safer environments and reduces the societal costs associated with crime and violence. Through these considerations, CARICOM Impacts has ensured that the API PNR model legislation is not only compliant with international standards, but also tailored to the needs of the Caribbean region. The result is a framework that strengthens regional security, fosters international cooperation, and protects the rights and well-being of all citizens and travelers, Madam Deputy Speaker. So some of the key features of the bill, and I'll just name them: establishment of passenger information units, mandatory data submission by carriers, secure data storage and privacy protections, and real-time risk assessment, harmonization with international standards, administrative penalties for non-compliance. These are critically important. Madam Deputy Speaker, what would be the impact on national security and citizen safety? 1, enhancing border security, that is critical. 2, facilitating international cooperation. 3, increasing public trust, because by ensuring transparency and accountability in handling of passenger data, this bill fosters trust between the government and its people. What are the economic benefits and sustainability with respect to this bill? Tourism, for example. By securing our borders, we create a safe environment that attracts more visitors, boosting our tourism sector. Operational efficiency. The electronic single window reduces bottlenecks, improving travel expenses, and enhancing the reputation of our ports of entry, Madam Deputy Speaker. We know that the yachting business, we need to get it off here in St. Kitts and Nevis, off the ground. But one of the complaints that we get from this sector is that when they come here, they have to fill out so many paperwork that they are fed up, and it's turning them off. But having this single window can really show that we are efficient, up to date, and we can attract more tourists. Madam Speaker, the last one on this point, resource optimization. By intercepting threats early, we can save resources that would otherwise be spent on detention and deportation. So I just want to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, and say that the tabling and passage of this bill represents the National Assembly's vital role in safeguarding citizen security as part of our broader all-of-society approach to reducing crime and violence. Critically important. By integrating this legislative action into our national strategy, we reaffirm that security is not solely the responsibility of law enforcement agencies, but a collective endeavor involving government, communities, and individuals. That is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, I said that all of us need to come together, and we had, of course, that call where all of us came and made our contributions to deal with our citizen security matters. So this bill is a proactive measure that addresses crime and violence, not just as criminal issues, but as public health concerns that require preventative interventions, Madam Speaker. This is part of dealing with violence and crime as a public health perspective. This is at the prevention end of the whole approach, because we learned already that 1 ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. So through enhanced data-driven security mechanisms, the bill helps to disrupt criminal networks, mitigating threats and create a safer environment, ultimately fostering the well-being and resilience of our society. This unified approach underscores our commitment to treating the root causes of crime and violence while building a sustainable framework for peace and security. Madam Speaker, I spent a few days with past Prime Minister of Great Britain, and we were talking about issues of security and citizen security and our efforts here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And he said something, and I asked him if I can use it, because it was critically important how he put it. He said, and I quote, that his slogan was tough on crime and tough on the causes of crime. A beautiful balance. For those who are going to commit criminal activities, we have to be tough on crime. But we also have to be tough on the causes of crime. Because whatever those causes are, if they're social, we need to get it right. If it means more help for those who are in vulnerable situations, we have to do it right and get the help where the help is needed. That is what it means. Tough on the causes of crime. So I think that balance is what we seek to do when we're dealing with crime and violence from a public health perspective. Tough on crime and tough on the causes of crime. So, Madam Speaker, in other words, this bill supports our vision for safer and more resilient St. Kitts and Nevis. It represents our commitment to protecting our citizens, honoring our international obligations, and building a sustainable island state where security is the foundation of prosperity. That is why we don't just say national security, Madam Speaker, even though some might think it's the same thing. That is why we don't just say tough law enforcement. That is why we say citizen security, because we have to secure our people from all perspectives. It's not just about crime and violence. What about their health? What about their well-being within the society? What type of society are we creating? What are the values of the society that we are promoting? All these things come into creating a better scenario for citizen security. And that is why we are going to establish a secretariat for citizen security. We must secure our people. Aspire Bill is one of those measures. Securing our people. Making sure they get the financial education and some resources to start to build their financial empire. That is part of citizen security. When we talk about establishing a sovereign wealth fund, that is part of citizen security. Social security says it all. Citizen security. All of this, Madam Speaker, these things work together to secure our people. So therefore, I wrap up by saying I urge my fellow members of Parliament to support this bill, not as a matter of policy, but as a matter of principle. Together, let us pass the Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2024, looking at all of the positive impacts that this bill would have on our security situation here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Let me say that we might very well be the first country in CARICOM to pass this bill. And that is because we are serious about citizen security. Prevention is critically important. And therefore, if we can put a system in place which would allow us to see those who are involved in transnational criminal activity early and act so that we can prevent what acts they might want to commit here in St. Kitts and Nevis. This then is part of the whole scenario of prevention and protecting our people. And therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, I end it here and wish this bill safe passage. May it please you.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8. Seconder. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 2.
Madam Speaker, I rise once again to second the motion to have this bill read for the second time in this Honourable House and to lend my support to the bill for all the reasons outlined by the mover of the bill as it relates to border security, citizen security, and just to reiterate that those things not only help to enhance the tourism industry, but ultimately to enhance the overall visitor experience. You see, first, Madam Speaker, in tourism, the ultimate objective for us is to make sure that every single visitor that comes to our shore has the best experience ever. And that starts at our ports, at our airports, and at our seaports. And we are of the respectful view that this legislation is going to assist with the enhancement of the overall visitor experience, particularly at our airport and our seaports. So if you can just allow me to give some perspective on how the system works. I know the mover spoke a lot about the integrity of the system, the protection of data of passengers, and all those good things. But if you can allow me, Madam Deputy Speaker, to just give you an idea how it works and how it would be beneficial to us. So what is API? It is the Advanced Passenger Information System, of course, and it is the collection of biodata information from passengers and crew before the departure of any flight. And your biodata information is contained on the biodata page of your passport. So, for example, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, if you wish to travel from Miami to St. Kitts, for example, prior to departure, you are required to check in online. You're required to either online input your data, your name, your passport information. You can do that on the websites for the airline carriers online, and there's the option, of course, to check in manually at the counter. This information is then collected by the airlines, and then it is transmitted to the destination or to the state. So it gets to the destination prior to the arrival of the passenger. So as the mover of the bill would have said earlier, destinations, border security agencies are in a position to do risk assessment. For us in tourism, what we are interested in, as of course, is the issue of security, but ultimately the visitor experience. So once that information is collected, it's transmitted to the destination. Then the PNR, which is the passenger name record. This, Madam Deputy Speaker, is information that is recorded containing information related to passengers, and it's stored. Essentially, it's the information stored by airlines to help in servicing their passengers. So the type of information that is stored is usually seat preference, whether it's an aisle or a seat or window, forgive me. Your drink preference, whether you want water, champagne, or juice, depending on where you're traveling. Your meal type, whether you're a vegan or you want chicken or fish, whether the passenger has a disability. All this information is stored by the airlines, of course, to help with servicing their passengers, but ultimately it is passed on as well to the destination. Now, the mover of the bill, I know there might be some concerns by passengers in terms of the protection of this information, and the mover spoke earlier about some sections in the bill that, covers those concerns, such as Section 12 of the bill, which provides some comfort that no government department or agency shall have direct access to the API or the PNR that is maintained by the competent authority. And the competent authority, according to the bill, is the Chief Immigration Officer. So passengers would not have to worry about that. Now, for us, this information is crucial because at the ports, the airports in particular, if I can use that as an example, passengers are concerned about coming in and moving out as quickly as possible. Yes, we understand the need for, expanding our terminals and all the other nice things in terms of an airport expansion. But if we're able to work on initiatives such as this and some others that we have introduced, we are satisfied that it would help with the overall visitor experience. So far, what we've done and how this will continue to help with the initiatives that we've undertaken. So upstairs, in the departure lounge, for example, we have removed the immigration line. So if you are traveling out, there really isn't any need anymore to go to immigration. You just go straight to being screened. That is a welcome from passengers. On arrival, we've introduced some kiosks, immigration kiosks, where you just go, take the same biodata information in the passport and insert it into the kiosk, bearing in mind all of this would have been already communicated by the airlines to the destination, the competent authority, and you enter that information. Now, what we have found, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that the movement on the upstairs is moving expeditiously, but then there's a backlog downstairs at customs. If this bill is successfully passed in the House today, in this honorable House, this will help with that issue. What this does is it allows customs. I'm not sure if you pay attention when you go to other destinations. You see, after you clear immigration, you just walk straight out of customs. There's no need to stop. It happens in the US. It happens in destinations like Barbados, Jamaica, I think even St. Lucia. You go to the immigration desk or you use the kiosk. Once that is completed, you walk straight out of the departure, the customs and baggage hall, you go straight out. Unless, of course, you are stopped by customs as a person of interest. That is what this legislation allows. And we've been in some discussions with our customs because we've gotten some complaints from visitors and locals alike that we're downstairs. And when we say downstairs, we mean we're in the baggage claim hall forever. We're there because you are in long lines waiting to be assessed by a customs officer when, after you've cleared immigration. Now, that passengers have said and visitors affect the visitor experience. You come, your first experience is at the airport. And if somebody is a hog, or if the AC isn't working, or you have to stand up in a long line waiting to be processed by customs. That affects the overall visitor experience. And so we welcome this piece of legislation. It will equip the customs officers and those who work in border security to do their assessments prior to the arrival of the passenger. And even before this, just before this piece of, well, the bill was circulated for consultation, we started discussion with our partners at Customs, and they've already started doing their profiling. They're looking at the suitcase, what do they call them? I think it's the suitcase shoppers. Because if you travel for 1 day or 2 days, a week, and you come back, there really isn't any reason for them to be processing and searching you, you know. But there's some persons they refer to as the suitcase shoppers. They profile them, the API and the PNR records the data. And from this, they're able to do proper analysis and determine who are persons of interest. So those of us, or those of you, who may not be of any interest to customs, once you clear immigration, bearing in mind, we've embarked on initiatives to even expedite the process at immigration. The next process is downstairs at the baggage hall. If once this piece of legislation is successfully passed, persons who are not necessarily of interest to customs will be able to just collect your bag and walk. Now, that ultimately, we've heard, I've seen videos with visitors at the airport saying, oh my goodness, this is a long line, you know, we've been here all day, and they're not used to that in other destinations. They're not used to that in other airports, because those airports have gone ahead and implemented the mechanisms that allow them to assess passengers to determine who they want to our interview and to allow the others to go freely. And so it is in that regard, that vein, of course, we support all the other reasons for the bill, which the mover would have spoken about, the whole citizen security, border security. But for us in tourism, we welcome it. We support it wholeheartedly, Madam Deputy Speaker, because it helps with our overall mandate to ensure that every single visitor, once they come to our shores, have the best experience. And we think this bill only helps in enhancing the visitor experience. And so with that said, Madam Speaker, I wholeheartedly support this bill and wish it safe passage through this honorable House.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher II. Any other presenters? I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher VIII, mover of the bill, to do his wrap-up.
The bill shortly entitled Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2024, Madam Speaker. As is said, nothing much more to be said about it. I want to thank the member from number 2 for her support on this and to recognize that this would enhance the tourism product here in St. Kitts and Nevis. So, Madam Speaker, with that, I now would say I wish the bill safe passage and wrap up my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher VIII. The question is that the bill entitled Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to repeal and replace the Advanced Passenger Information Act, number 1 of 2017, to establish provisions in accordance with international best practices for the collection, transmission, sharing, storage, and regulation of advanced passenger information and passenger name record in respect of persons traveling to, departing from, and transiting through St. Christopher and Nevis, and to enhance the national and regional regulatory regimes and institutional cooperation frameworks governing and related to the implementation and operationalization of advanced passenger information and passenger name record systems, subject to international standards and national legislation governing data protection and data privacy, and other related matters, otherwise known as the Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2024.
The bill entitled Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2024 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage.
Clauses 1 through 46.
The question is that clauses 1 through 46 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Schedules 1, 2, and 3.
The question is that schedules 1, 2, and 3 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Schedule 4.
Madam Chair, it is proposed that an amendment be made to the Advanced Passenger Information Passenger Record Bills in Schedule 4 by replacing an aircraft with the expression a vessel.
The question is that the proposed amendment to Schedule 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Schedules 5 and 6.
The question is that Schedule 5 and 6 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The arrangement of sections.
The question is that the arrangement of section stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House resumes. I recognize the honorable member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to report that the bill shortly entitled Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2024 has passed through committee stage with amendments. And I further move, Madam Deputy Speaker, I further move that the bill shortly entitled, as mentioned before, be read a third time and pass into law.
Seconder, I recognize the honorable member for St. Christopher 2.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to second the motion.
The question is that the bill entitled Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to repeal and replace the Advanced Passenger Information Act No. 1 of 2017 to establish provisions in accordance with international best practices for the collection, transmission, sharing, storage, and regulation of advanced passenger information and passenger name record in respect of persons traveling to, departing from, and transiting through St. Christopher and Nevis, and to enhance the national and regional regulatory regimes and institutional cooperation frameworks governing and related to the implementation and operationalization of advanced passenger information and passenger name record systems, subject to international standards and national legislation governing data protection and data privacy, and other related matters, otherwise known as the Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2024.
The bill entitled Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2024 has been read a third time and passed into law. Next item on the order paper.
Motions, resolutions.
I recognize the honorable member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, with your leave, I rise to lay before this honorable House a resolution, statutory rules and orders number 2024, resolution of the National Assembly of St. Christopher and Nevis authorizing guarantee for the Nevis Island Administration to purchase land for expansion of the Vance Armory International Airport. And I read, Madam Deputy Speaker, whereas it is provided by Section 55B of the Finance and Administration Act, Cap 20.13, that a guarantee for a financial liability shall not be given by the government unless it is authorized by the resolution of National Assembly. Yes, okay, I'll slow down. And whereas the Nevis Island Administration has made arrangements to purchase privately owned land adjacent to the Vance W. Armory International Airport in Newcastle, Nevis, the land purchase for the purpose of further construction at an expansion of the Vance W. Armory International Airport, the VWAIA expansion project. And whereas the Nevis Island Administration has sought financing for the land purchase from the St. Kitts Nevis Anguilla National Bank Limited. And whereas the Cabinet of Ministers of the Federal Government of St. Christopher and Nevis considers the VWAIA expansion project to be beneficial for the expansion of the tourism sector in the Federation and aligns with the sustainable economic expansion and diversification pillars of its sustainable island state agenda. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the National Assembly of St. Christopher and Nevis that the government hereby guarantees the sum of 20 million Eastern Caribbean dollars, representing a guarantee of the sums to be contractually payable by the Nevis Island Administration to the St. Kitts Nevis National Bank Limited, or to the St. Kitts Nevis Anguilla National Bank Limited, to purchase land adjacent to the Vance W. Armory International Airport at Newcastle Nevis, for the purpose of further construction at and construction of the Vance W. Armory International Airport. Madam Deputy Speaker, approve. Good. Approved by the National Assembly this 28th day of November 2024. May it please you,
Seconder.
Deputy Speaker.
I recognize the honorable member for Nevis 9.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise to second the motion that this resolution be adopted by this honorable House, and to indicate that I don't think it necessitates any great debate, but I want to go on record to thank the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance and member for St. Christopher 8 for facilitating this particular instrument to allow the Nevis Island Administration to proceed on a very important infrastructural project, that is the expansion of the Vance Armory International Airport. This sum will allow us to complete the purchase of necessary lands for that expansion. And so I express my gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister and to his Cabinet for supporting this measure. Thank you.
The question is that the resolution of the National Assembly of St. Christopher and Nevis, authorizing a guarantee for the Nevis Island Administration to purchase land for expansion of the Vance W. Amri International Airport be adopted. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The resolution of the National Assembly of St. Christopher and Nevis authorizing guarantee for the Nevis Island Administration to purchase land for expansion of the Vance W. Amri International Airport is adopted.
Adjournment.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, with your leave, I rise on the adjournment just to recognize and to give support to Miss Sharon Bass and the Bass family, principally of St. Peter's. Support to Miss Chanel Bass and her sister and other siblings on the passing of Mr. Jeffrey Bass. Mr. Jeffrey Bass, who is from my community, a gentleman who I had known basically all my life, who has passed on. I would say that I always maintained an excellent relationship with him. And just before he passed on, I was able to speak to him, maybe an hour before he passed on, and I knew that those were the final words that we would exchange. And I, of course, may his soul rest in eternal peace. And also to let his sister know, his sister works right here with us, Ms. Sharon Bass. You all know her very well. Sharon takes care of all of us. And we want her to know that we are here to support her, that she's not alone in this, that the whole Parliament is with her, and we definitely wish her Godspeed in this most difficult period of her life and the life of her family. And I'm sure that together they would all get through it. And with our support, we hope that that would enhance that period of getting through it. And therefore, I want to say finally to the family, our deepest and sincerest condolences on the passing of Mr. Jeffrey Bass. I also want to say that yesterday, the mother of Mr. Dillon Edmead, my assistant, was laid to rest in St. Peter's, and I also want him to know that he has our full support, and as he continues to deal with the loss of his mother, that to know that he is not alone in all of this. And also to support, of course, Miss Heath from the St. Johnson area who lost her son. Her son was laid to rest today, that we also want to extend our full support to the family. And to all those who are grieving for one reason or the other, we want to extend our support. And for those who are in the hospital, Mr. Desmond Hobson Tyson Sr., who is at the Geneva Hospital, we want to wish him a speedy recovery. And I have also learned that Miss Claudette Vanterpool is there, and Miss Stevens as well. So I want to wish them all the best. And the others whose the names I have not called, I think Dorrit Liebert is there as well, and her daughter Keisha, who is leaving today. I continue to wish all of them well and speedy recovery. May it please you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to also express condolences to the Heath family, in particular Shaki and her children, and little girl and the whole family in the village area on the loss of Kwanzaa Heat, who died a few weeks ago and was interned today. So our deepest sympathies and condolences go out to the entire family. With that said, I would move that this House stands adjourned, sine die.
Seconder. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher
Madam
1.
Deputy Speaker, I am pleased to rise to second that motion.
The question is that this Honourable House stands adjourned, sine die. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This Honourable House stands adjourned.
I've traveled far and near, been almost everywhere. No place that has been good touch, the cradle of the Caribbean. Talking about where I born, where I come from. Natural beauty, blessed land, pretty waters and clean sand. Oh, St. Kitts, I love you all the time. No matter where I go, no matter what I do, you're always on my mind. St. Kitts, I love you as my own. You are so dear to me, that's why you'll always be